has continued to produce very strong storms again, whether it's severe thunderstorms, whether it is tornadoes. So again, something we are definitely keeping an eye on here. We're going to try to pull up, if I can find the velocity for these storms here. There we go. I'm going to move in specifically to the line of storms that is moving now toward Castleton, toward Fargo, just now pushing off to the east of Valley City. So good news there, Valley City. You have been hit hard. Now, you're certainly not out of the woods. Again, we do have another area of storms right now off to the west that is moving your direction. Again, that area is capable of producing tornadoes as well. It has already done so. And then meantime, we're looking at this area of storms here. And again, with that potential, you see the vorticity here. And what we've got is these storms pushing off to the east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Just want to quickly take you here and show you that severe storm threat. What's happened over the last couple hours is the Storm Prediction Center has taken the enhanced area and in many spots, as you can see right here in the heart of the region, moved it to the moderate zone. So what we're looking at is real potential for the tornadoes to continue to develop over the next hour or two as this whole system slowly pushes off to the east. And again, we've got one wave that is pushing right now toward and into the Red River Valley. You look off to the west, we've got another large area of storms that is pushing toward Jamestown. So again, we're going to continue for a while to see this severe weather, both in the form of tornadoes, severe thunderstorms as well, hail, up to 2.5 inches, maybe even a little bit larger in size. That's damaging hail. That's tennis ball, baseball size hail coming down. Wind gust 80 to 90 plus miles per hour. So even with the severe thunderstorm warnings we've seen, doesn't take a tornado warning. Obviously, tornado warning, either way you want to get inside a safe, sturdy structure away from windows, cover yourself, find somewhere interior, maybe a lower level if you have that option. But again, severe thunderstorm warnings, we're looking at winds of 80, 90 miles per hour. That is just as powerful as an EF1 tornado. So again, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning we're seeing on the map, whether it is a tornado warning we're seeing on the map, what we want to let you know is if you are in the way, if that is either on top of you or heading your way, a warning, whether it's severe thunderstorm, whether it's tornado, you want to go ahead and take cover, get indoors. Again, as mentioned, want to kind of move along here and show you that area, that tornado threat area. And it has expanded a little bit over the last hour or two. Now we've got it pushed a little bit farther to the south and to the north. It does include Grand Forks, Fargo, and now we're looking as far south as the North Dakota, South Dakota border there. This is where we're expecting to continue to see the best opportunity for strong storms, for strong tornadoes, greatest risk area. We've got between I-94 and Highway 2, but the reality is this. It is farther south than I-94. It has been stretched down to the point, again, where it's the North Dakota, South Dakota border. Most of the activity that we have seen to this point has come right along the interstate, I-94, and again, that continues to be the area where we see the most severe weather at this point. As far as what we're looking at with the wind threat, we're going to look, and you can see the area shaded in purple. Again, this is that high area, that high likelihood that we are going to see those wind gusts at 80 to 90 plus miles per hour, elevated to enhanced threat for significant damaging winds. Again, we've had reports of wind damage, hail as well. We've seen certainly a number of photos sent in where people are showing us here golf ball size, again, baseball size hail. We had a photo of a hailstone next to a lemon, kind of giving you the idea of the size of some of this hail. And as you can see, the enhanced area does go north of Grand Forks and then well south of Fargo, again toward Wahpeton, toward Hankinson. And even if you're outside of that perimeter, you're still in that elevated zone. Greater than 2 and in some cases greater than 2.5 inch diameter with this hail threat. Let's go ahead one more time again and pull up this radar, show you what we've got in place right now. You can see all the lightning right now with these storms. And again, we continue to see the warnings, whether it's tornado warnings, whether it is severe thunderstorm warnings, continue to pop. So keeping an eye on this for you. You can see now bearing down on Jamestown. We have a tornado warning. And again, putting this, I'm going to see if we can stop this motion here for you. There we go. Again, a lot of lightning covering this at this point. This is observed tornado, the one we were talking about earlier, until 10:45. So this warning is in place for about another 2 to 3 minutes. Hail size down at about 3/4 of an inch. But again, with that observed tornado, certainly want to take cover if you're in Jamestown at this point, areas south and north of Jamestown as well. Again, we'll push a little bit farther to the east where we have a tornado warning as well. This is for Barnes and Cass County, includes Tower City, includes Buffalo, among others. Hail size about 1.25 inches. This is radar indicated, and again, this is bearing down toward Castleton, Fargo, and Moorhead, so certainly keeping an eye on this one. Briefly want to touch on, again, our first alert forecast, look at the direction of these storms, kind of the movement over the next several hours of these storms, and what we're going to find is we're going to continue to see very active weather. We're moving to 11:30. We're going to move past midnight. And again, we've got one area of storms that's working its way toward Fargo, Moorhead. Then we've got another line behind that, which will eventually push into and through the region as well. Now we're sitting at about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and you can see it right here. Wherever you see these darker colors, the reds, the pinks, the whites there, the purple, that indicates where we've got just very strong storms out there. And again, those storms continue to have the potential to produce tornadoes, the potential to produce severe thunderstorms. And again, we're still talking, this is 2 hours from now. So let's jump ahead one more time. Now we're at 3:20, and finally we're starting to see some of these storms exit the region. But even at about 2 o'clock, we're still going to have the potential for severe weather. Lakes country, Lake of the Woods country, really till about 3 o'clock before the severe weather finally pushes out of the region. By tomorrow morning, we'll be in good shape. So here's what you can do right now. Again, we're heading into the nighttime hours. A lot of folks getting ready to go to sleep or wanting to lay down. Make sure that whatever device you have that is picking up the information you need, especially if you've got that first alert weather app, have it turned on, have it turned up. I know I am certainly the type of person that will often put my phone on silent when I go to bed at night. That's really not helpful in a situation like this because I'm not hearing those warnings that are coming off, whether it's a tornado, whether it's severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're like me, make sure tonight you keep that volume up so when you hear the alarm go off, you can check, see where the storms are, see if it's headed in your direction. Again, check your notification, location settings as well. Storms without tornadoes, again, also dangerous. We just talked about being prepared. Wind speeds in severe thunderstorm warning areas have seen 80 to 90 mile per hour plus winds. And of course, with those tornado warnings, you know how dangerous that is. So again, want to keep that in mind. Severe storm safety, again, it's about staying in storms, staying informed, I should say, if storms approach. You want to get that information, VNL weather app, and ValleyNewsLive.com. Valley News Live, of course, we are going to be on the air, whether it's Summer, Joseph, myself. Lisa's coming in around 2 o'clock in the morning to kind of take over from there. I do suspect we'll still be seeing severe weather at that point. I think until, again, about 3, 4 o'clock, we have that potential to see that severe weather in our region. NOAA Weather Radio, wireless emergency alert. Again, just make sure, and of course, if you hear those outdoor sirens, you want to immediately go to an interior room. You want to immediately take cover, go downstairs, because obviously if that is the case, that means a tornado is close by. And again, tornado safety at home. Find in the basement, lowest level away from windows, get low, protect yourself, protect your head. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate, seek shelter in a sturdier structure. If you're in an apartment, first level hallway, interior room, away from windows, get low, protect yourself. Again, this is a dangerous situation with the storms that we have in place. Want to go ahead and pop one more time up with a radar here. Would like to lose the lightning right now. Not able to do that at this time, but you can get an idea about how strong these storms are, the movement of these storms. Again, we're going to stop this, put this on what we're seeing right now. We have an observed tornado which has been spotted. This warning goes through 11 p.m. Foster County, including the cities of Carrington and Grace, and this continues to push off to the east at about 20-30 miles per hour. So again, you look and what are some of the towns impacted here. We can see Carrington, of course, as mentioned, New Rockford, Jamestown will continue to see the opportunity for some of these storms as well. Let me see if I can erase. There we go. There we go. So we're going to, I've got Joseph Williams here. I'm going to see if I can, Joseph, is there any way you can help me get the lightning track off here? I'm looking at this and, well, there you go. There's Joseph right there. Look.
Sorry about that. So,
see if we can pop the lightning off here. There we go. There's where it's located. That's very helpful. I do appreciate that, Joseph. So again, we're going to hone in a little bit on this storm here, a couple of the different storms that we see. You can see really a strong line here. In fact, I'm going to back this up a little bit and kind of give you an overall idea. Look at the arc of these storms all the way from north to south there. Look at the movement in general. And the thing about this is we look and we go, okay, how fast are these storms moving? One of the problems with trying to do this and get a precise number here as far as time of when these storms might hit you is that depending on where you are within the system, some are moving a little quicker than others. In other words, some of these storms are moving at about 25, 30 miles per hour, others more like 15, 25 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. So again, as we kind of look at this right now, the times you see indicated here, not exact. So in other words, if you're in edge lane, you're looking, you say, okay, is this going to hit at 11:14? Good chance it might hit you a little quicker than that, could be a little bit after that, but the point is it is headed your direction. It's close enough to where you want to start considering taking cover, especially if you got a tornado or a severe thunderstorm headed your direction. Once again, want to slide off to the east here and show you what we've got. Let me clear this map off here, getting a little bit messy. There we go. And want to show you this line of storms, which is moving, again, continues to move toward the Fargo-Moorhead, West Fargo area at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Within the next half hour, West Fargo, Fargo-Moorhead, we are going to be right in the thick of those strong thunderstorms. Again, it remains to be determined whether it will be a severe thunderstorm warning, whether we'll have a tornado warning, or whether we'll just have strong storms move through. But again, this line of storms does have a history of producing tornadoes, and as it continues to push from west to east across the region. Do want to pop in and show you this cell right here. This is a tornado warning just issued in the last few minutes. This is for Barnes, Cass, and Ransom counties. This does include the city of Enderlin. Hail size about 1.25 inches. Don't know the exact information in terms of how fast this storm is moving off to the east, but generally speaking, most of these storms have been moving at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do is put this about 25 miles out to give you an idea of what time roughly this tornado might be headed your direction, might enter your region. And we're looking at Kindred about 11:15, Leonard close to 10:50, Horace somewhere between 11:20 and 11:30. And again, these are guesstimated times here. So if you are basically east of this line of storms, go ahead, be prepared to take cover because again, winds very strong, a lot of lightning, hail with this, and again, that potential for tornadoes as well. Now, in this particular case, this is radar indicated, so it's not confirmed, has not actually been spotted by a weather spotter. Of course, oftentimes this time of night, we're in the dark here, so it's a little bit harder to get those confirmed tornadoes from weather spotters, but certainly radar indicated, giving you an idea here. Joseph, let's see what we've got here. Joseph Williams in with us. Thank you so much for helping us out with this, Joseph, throughout the overnight hours. So this was just issued as a tornado warning in effect from, let's see, till 11:15. This includes Nelson County. This includes Griggs County as well. So 11 miles east of Carrington, moving to the northeast. How about this? At 70 miles per hour. So what we're going to do, going to move in that area, and here is where we can locate that tornado warning, which is just issued here. This goes actually until 11:15. So let me see if I can spot here. This may be a little bit off. Let's see if we've got the, I'm going to try to find the 11:15 tornado warning. There we go. I think I just got it on the map. There we go. Okay, so this area kind of shaded in blue here. That's where we're having this very strong thunderstorms right now, the tornado warning as well. So this is till 11:15, an observed tornado. You can see the counties including Griggs and Nelson, Carrington as well. Now in Carrington, the strongest storm is actually right on top of you. But again, the movement of this northeast, this is very strong, at 70 miles per hour. So what we're going to do is kind of draw this line here, push out. In fact, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to clear this off really quickly. And I'm actually going to step out on this storm just a little bit, pull out a little bit. Otherwise, it won't give us that range of what you're seeing if you're moving there at the motion of 70 miles per hour. Just won't let me push that far out. Now we've got a little wider berth here, and you can see kind of what we're looking at here in Cheyenne, Fort Totten. This is still a good ways away from me, the storm, but it is moving very quickly. Again, this is a tornado warning and observed tornado by law enforcement. It is moving northeast 70 miles per hour. It's about 11 miles east of Carrington. So it has cleared Carrington now. It is off to your north and east. Again, this tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southwest Nelson, northwestern Griggs, and eastern Edie counties. But again, if you do happen to be out ahead of this storm, make sure you take cover immediately. This is observed tornado. Looks like it is a strong tornado right now. Going to clear the board once again here. And let's look around. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect as well. Going to go ahead and locate that. Here's what we've got, and actually a couple of them. One just popping here. Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk. Cities, Fertile and Foston, among others. There is a severe thunderstorm that is heading off to the east. Don't have the wind speed for this at this moment. I shouldn't say wind speed. What I should say is how fast the storm is pushing off to the east. What we can tell you is that the hail size with this is about 1.25 inches in diameter. Wind speed with the winds at about 60 miles per hour. And again, it is pushing off to the east. So again, if you're in Fertile, you're in Foston, you're in Mahnomen, you see the locations here that are to the east of this particular severe thunderstorm warning. You want to go ahead and prepare to take cover. As I've mentioned, severe thunderstorm warnings in this case have produced wind speeds at times of 80 plus miles per hour, which you kind of put that in perspective, are roughly the level of an EF1 tornado in terms of wind speed. So even though we may not see a tornado within the severe thunderstorm warning, what we are seeing is winds that produce tornado type wind speeds, which means you want to be indoors, you want to be downstairs, you want to take cover when these storms are moving up and into your area. In particular, see this area here shaded in the blue. That is where we're having the strongest portion right now of this tornado. Again, based, I should say, I apologize, severe thunderstorm. Based on the speeds that we have seen these cells move, we've generally seen about 20 to 30 miles per hour. And I'm going to ask Joseph Williams back there. Joseph, I'm wondering, with this severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right now until 11:30 for the counties of Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk, do we have how fast these storms are moving at this point? Joseph is searching. You can see.
The Norman and Polk County storm is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Northeast at 25 miles per hour. So, okay, so I just put it east at 25 miles per hour. So let me make that adjustment and we'll push it a little bit toward the northeast here. Again, at 25 miles per hour. Let me get my old eyes in place here. And what we're going to find is roughly hitting McIntosh here within the next let's see, 20 minutes or so. Again, Mahnomen, maybe on the southern tip of that severe thunderstorm. We're going to go ahead and clear the board once again here. We're going to zoom out a little bit, see what else we've got in place. I want to move back toward that tornado warning that is pushing off just to the south of 94, moving off to the east. This does include Barnes, Cass, and Ransom counties. This also goes until 11:30, so another 35 minutes or so. Hail size about 1.25 inches. Movement is at about 30 miles per hour or so to the east. So again, we're going to push this out a little bit where this actual warning is located. You can see, again, if you're in Woods, just right about on top of you right now, Mapleton, 11:17, West Fargo, close to 11:30 here, Fargo about 11:30 as well. Hail within this tornado warning, 1.25 inches. Keeping an eye on that one. You can see some flashing over here. Let's back up. We're going to move out of the way and see what we can find out with what looks like a new tornado warning potentially in place. Destructive tornado has been spotted. This is until Foster, Kidder, Stutzman until 11:15 p.m. So again, you can see the movement of this storm off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. We're looking at Jamestown right now. Certainly Strong storms right over your area. You can see if you're in Eccleston, Valley City, once again headed your way. And of course, this is an area, Valley City, Jamestown, that has already seen severe storms, tornado warnings tonight. And now we've got another line of storms moving your direction. Again, this is something that's just going to continue, as mentioned, throughout the early overnight and morning hours as these storms continue to generate. The entire system eventually pushing off to the east, but it doesn't look like it's still about maybe 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We have a tornado watch in effect until 3 p.m. Then we jump in and we say, okay, these storms continue to track until about 3 or 4. We're going to have that potential for severe weather. Again, whether it is a tornado warning, whether it is a severe thunderstorm warning. And back up and kind of move here, see what else we've got. Again, we've still got this observed tornado until 11:15. Greg's in Nelson County. Joseph, thank you again, handing me another sheet of paper. We have about 50 of those from all the different warnings we've seen, whether it's tornado or severe thunderstorm warning over the last couple of hours. Really now we're pushing up on about 2.5, 3 hours since we saw that first tornado break out right around the Jamestown area. Again, that was early in the 8 o'clock, about 8:15 or so. So we're well past that now. We are still seeing very active weather. This looks like there is no let up here, it appears, anytime over the next couple, 3 hours. So we're going to continue, of course, to keep an eye on this. I'm going to expand the radar once again here, give you an idea of what we have. And you notice in particular with this line of storms, and when I say this line, I'm talking about this area that's a little farther out to the west. New Rockford just passed through Carrington, Jamestown heading toward Marion. Once again, Marion, you've already seen your share of severe weather this evening. We're going to continue to see that. I'm going to put this whole thing here in motion again. Wimbledon, storms on your way. Once again, if you're in Benford, you're also going to see storms here in the next half hour or so. If you're in Sanborn, again, whether it's a tornado warning as mentioned or whether it is a severe thunderstorm warning, what we're going to find is very strong winds, large hail continue to be an issue as we head through the overnight hours. Again, a lot of atmospheric instability, a lot of energy out there that these storms continue to move into. And as long as that atmospheric energy is there in the greater quantity that it is, we're going to continue to see, again, the perfect conditions for severe thunderstorms, for tornado warnings to continue to pop up across the region. I do want to once again, I know we're kind of backtracking, but I do want to let you know here, or this is an update. Again, we showed you this about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Just a reminder that we do have a large portion of our area there, right there in the center of our region through 4 a.m. where we could see it's a moderate risk area. That's a very high level for tornado warnings, for severe thunderstorm warnings, for strong tornadoes, for hail up to 2.5 inches, for wind gust 80 to 90 miles per hour. This entire area here shaded in the red. And again, as mentioned, right now we are seeing no let up. We continue to see tornado warnings pop up. We continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings pop up. So even if you're out there right now, maybe you're not in an area that has a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, but you're hearing the thunder, you're seeing a lot of lightning, go ahead, get away from the window, just stay indoors, make sure you have the ability to, whether it's a VNL weather app, whether it's watching us right here, because we're going to let you know when the warnings develop, when they come out from they're issued from the National Weather Service. And again, these areas all susceptible to continue to see severe weather over the next 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, again about 3, 4 o'clock before the system looks like finally winds down, where storms weaken enough and this system pushes off far enough to the east where there is no longer a concern for that severe weather. We've still got a ways to go. I want to go ahead once again, give you an idea. We've got 10:45 here. Now we're at about 11 o'clock, so I'm going to slowly walk through here. You can see 11:30, 11:45, that second line of very strong storms that is now Carrington, Jamestown. That will continue to remain very strong, continue to push off to the east, so we will continue to see severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. We're stopping here at about 12:20, 12:30. Again, slow progression, steady progression of very strong storms capable of producing tornadoes, capable of producing severe thunderstorms. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Notice by the time we get to about 2:15, 2:30, we're starting to see the strongest of the storms move off to our east, though we certainly could still see some severe storms even at that point, and really all the way until about, like I said, 3:30, 4 o'clock, where we have that potential to see severe weather. So no let up. We're not going to let up here, obviously, over the next several hours, and no let up with these storms as well. Let me show you the radar. We're going to backtrack one more time, take the lightning off here. We kind of continue to show you there's so much lightning. If nothing else, it just kind of continues to seem to get in the way. And you'll notice these boxes continue to pop up. Look at this. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to stop this here. And what we're going to find is, look at this large area. We either have a tornado or we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, until 11:30, we've got a destructive storm, Barnes, Griggs, Steele County, the cities of Findlay and Valley City included, as this system continues to push off to the east. We look again, Carrington, very strong storm has moved through your region. Cannot rule out, though, of course, more storms moving into the area. Going to try to push in a little bit here. You can see where that line, kind of the edge, the eastern edge of these storms. Valley City, look out. This is moving your direction once again, roughly moving at about 25 miles per hour. So what that means is, looking at Sanborn, Valley City, within the next about, I don't know, I'd say half an hour or so, maybe a little more, maybe a little bit less, getting some of this severe weather once again, kind of that round two. About an hour ago, we had Eric Whitehill out. He was around Valley City, Jamestown, showing you the progression of that line of storms and tornadoes. Now we're looking off to the west. We're seeing the exact same thing. Another strong area of storms, a line of storms, which continues to move off to the east. Marion, you already got hit earlier. It looks like you're in line here just in the next few minutes to get hit with severe storms once again. We mentioned Fort Ransom, Lemoore as well, Sanborn. These are some of the many locations that are just ahead of this next line of very strong storms. We're going to jump back over to, let me see here, jump off here. Sometimes this screen makes a little bit of a mess because I make it a little bit of a mess. So now what we're going to do is we're going to head back over to this tornado warning, which is in effect right now. Barnes, Cass, Ransom until 11:30 tonight. Hail size 1.25 inches, but again, the main focal point is on that tornado warning itself. This is radar indicated. Again, the movement. We continue to talk about this, roughly 20, 25, 30 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push this out about 25 miles or so. Castleton, storm basically right on top of you right now. Kindred, just to your west, moving in. Take cover. If you're on Kindred right now, that tornado warning, again, the tornado heading your direction, radar indicated. If you're in Fargo, West Fargo, Moorhead, knocking on the door right now. It's about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes away, 25 minutes away before this strong line of storms hits. So again, Red River Valley, kind of up and down the Red River Valley from just south of Fargo. We're going to move again, move the radar here, pushing up toward Hillsborough. You can see, again, more severe weather, severe thunderstorm warning there. These strong storms right along 29 right now, crossing over 29 from North Dakota into Minnesota. We head back, and we've got Summer here once again. She's back off in the corner. I'm going to have her step in here and take over. But again, she's going to keep you updated. Joseph will keep you updated as well. Again, we got Lisa Green coming in at 2 o'clock this morning. So kind of the whole team working on this, working through these storms, kind of walking it through with you. Summer, thank you for jumping. Summer, by the way, has been 3 hours now up on screen basically. And she's going to continue to be here, as will Joseph. Joseph's got his shirt and tie on, Summer, so I think maybe we should probably let him jump up in front of the camera a little bit too. But anyway, we'll take care of that in a few minutes. Again, while Summer's getting ready here, I'm going to go ahead and jump into another area. Again, you can continue to see this line of storms pushing off to the east, marching. A large area of storms just marching, really, again, continuing to go into air that's juicy, air that's unstable, air that creates enough uplift to see these tornadoes, see these severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, it doesn't look like this is going to stop these warnings anytime soon. It doesn't look like there's anything at this time that's going to weaken these storms. So we're just going to stay on top of it for you. Summer, I'm going to let you jump in here. Thank you so much. And she's going to keep you updated on these storms.
All right, just had to take a breather for a few minutes, get some fresh batteries in the mic pack, but we are ready to continue our severe weather coverage tonight. These storms fired at around 8 o'clock this evening. It's now a little after 11. So we are continuing a very, very active night. Kind of want to re-rack here. We're in the middle of our first alert weather day. We started early this morning with a round of strong and severe thunderstorms. That continued into the pre-dawn hours. This is kind of round 2 within this 24-hour period. And at around 8 o'clock, this evening, the Storm Prediction Center did increase our risk for severe weather. In case you missed it, this area in red, that's a level 4 out of 5 risk for severe. We've seen already confirmed reports of hail up to or even over 2.5 inches in diameter. Wind gusts 80 to 90 miles per hour. That's what's moving in from the west into eastern North Dakota right now. And we've seen a couple of strong tornadoes as well. This threat continues tonight. So breaking down those risks again before we jump back into radar, we continue to see that elevated tornado threat for a few strong tornadoes. We've seen them already in parts of the James River Valley. Now we're going to see that threat continue more into the Central Valley and eventually into west central Minnesota as we progress through the overnight hours. And then the wind threat, that's what we're now turning our attention to. Damaging winds 80 to 90 miles per hour in addition to that continued tornado threat as well. And then the hail threat too, larger than 2 inches in diameter. We've already seen that. So let's jump back onto radar. I'm just going to turn the lightning off right away. Kind of gets in the way of things. We know these storms are filled with significant lightning. I'm going to start on the Minnesota side. Watching this storm here, we've still got that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:30, so about another 20 or so minutes. This is warned for hail that is 1.25 inches in diameter, in addition to gusts up to 60 miles per hour. So turning on the hail core here from Fertile out towards approaching the Pearly area, Hendrum, Grandin, Gardner. So far, radar is estimating hail that is less than 1 inch in diameter. However, that could pulse a little stronger here within the next 30 or so minutes for the duration of this severe thunderstorm warning. So looking at the storm again, I'm going to get a track on here for how fast it's moving, where it's headed. This storm is moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So let me clear this off of here and get the track on. Oops. Northeast, 25 miles per hour. So we're going to go right on the edge of the storm right now. Northeast at around 25 miles per hour. If it's holding together with its current rate, thank you so much, Joseph. It'll approach Crookston by around 11:12. So here within the next handful of minutes, be prepared for some gusty winds, lots of lightning, and that risk for some large hail as well. Okay, the tornado warning for southwestern Nelson, southwestern Griggs, and Eddy counties will expire at 11:15. So good news there. The tornado threat has diminished. The tornado warning has been canceled, but large hail and damaging winds likely to remain possible. Thank you to Joseph for passing along that update there. Now, let's move a little further south to this continued tornado warning for Cass and Ransom counties. This one remains in effect until 11 o'clock. It's radar indicated rotation, along with large hail up to 1.75 inches in diameter as well. So seeing if we can see the relative velocity, looks like just southeast of Enderlin is where we're seeing the most rotation right now. So this is Highway 46, just south of Highway 36, again, southwest of 46, southeast of Enderlin is where we're seeing that rotation in that particular storm. It does not have a confirmed sighting, but again, now that the sun has set and it's a lot harder to see things, of course, so we're likely going to see more of a radar indicated threat here over the next couple of hours. Now, watching this line of storms very carefully, there's kind of a cluster of warnings right now. This, oh wow, that is warned for gusts up to 100 miles per hour. I've got to be honest, I've never seen that before. This is a destructive wind threat for gusts up to 100 miles per hour along the leading edge of this storm. I believe that it's this entire, let me try to click on this here. I believe it's this entire area. Joseph, are you seeing that too? This entire, this is one large warning, correct?
More or less. This
Yeah.
system does have a history of producing gusts up to 100 miles per hour west of our region.
Wow, okay,
So it's not lying,
okay.
pretty much.
And they're telling you your mic will be hot. If you want to turn it on, we'll be able to hear you a little bit better as needed. Thank you so much, Joseph. So this is a destructive line of severe thunderstorms. So this is called a QLCS. That is a line of destructive wind gusts with the possibility of embedded tornadoes as well. This is a very real threat as we head into the next couple of hours. Oh, clicking random things here. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. This very large warning is in effect until 11:30. 1.5 inch diameter hail, gusts 90 to 100 miles per hour. I'm thinking this is potentially two warnings here. It gets a little bit hard to differentiate when it's one massive area here. Regardless, winds 90 to 100 miles per hour, tornadoes possible along with very large hail. This is moving into our area right now into eastern North Dakota, the James River Valley, stretching from just south of the Devil's Lake Basin. So south of you in Maddock and Devil's Lake, all the way down into southeastern North Dakota. I'll zoom in a little closer here to get some other areas too. So Cheyenne, New Rockford, looks like New Rockford, the strongest part, the red areas, it's lifted just out of your region, but Cheyenne, seeing those damaging wind gust potential. Tornado warning right here. This is for Wells County, including the city of Fessenden. Been there many times. Hamburg as well. This is warned until 11:15. This is radar indicated rotation. Again, we're likely going to see a lot more of radar indicated rotation compared to confirmed sightings, as it's now well beyond sunset. But I want to see if we can see the rotation here. So between Hamburg, Manfred, Fessenden, Heimdall, this is a pretty rural area, but we are seeing that area of rotation right there. So something to keep an eye on if you're in Wells County this evening.
Is it okay if I say something real quick, Summer?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
Joseph.
Can anyone? Okay.
Yep.
It seems that there has been an update for that tornado warning until 11:30 p.m. for northeastern Ransom and southwestern Cass counties, because at 11:10 p.m. CDT confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Sheldon, 36 miles southeast of Valley City. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour.
Thank you so much, Joseph. That is this one right here. Considerable threat, an observed tornado. Okay, let's get the latest here. Enderlin, looks like you're right in the heat of this one, approaching Leonard as well. Leonard, you're right outside of that warning. Let's get velocity on here right away. Alice, another area of rotation. Looks like there might be a couple areas, but what we're watching is right here, south of Highway 46. This is what we were just watching, this area here, just a moment ago, south of Highway 46 to the southeast of Enderlin. Joseph, could you repeat that, please?
I'm going to pull it up really quickly. So for the tornado warning, it again is near Sheldon, 36 miles southeast of Valley City, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Cities that could be impacted include Enderlin, Sheldon, McLeod, Anselm, and Venlo.
Okay, we're going to go on the edge of this tornado warning, track it out 25 miles. It's moving to the east. So if it continues along this path, Leonard, you can expect it here on your doorstep, essentially, within the next minute or two, if you're not already seeing that. Kindred by around 11:44, Oxbow just after midnight. And we've been saying all night long, take these timestamps kind of with a grain of salt. It'll be within a few minutes on either side. And I have put that storm track on just the outer edge of that tornado warning to give you a little bit more lead time. If you're in this area, you need to prepare right now. This is an observed tornado. I'm going to pop up these tornado severe safety tips again as well. Just in case you're just tuning in tonight and you have a tornado warning in your area or your vicinity. If you're at home tonight, head to the basement or a lower level away from any windows. Get low and protect your head. Mobile homes, RVs, campers, not safe places to be. Hopefully you have an alternative plan in place tonight. Phone a friend for a sturdier structure that you can go to. If you're at an apartment or your office building tonight, the first level hallway or an interior room are great places to be. I'm going to pull up the National Weather Service chat here as well so I can follow along once again. Okay, jumping back to the radar here, continuing our radar tour. Give it a second to load. Okay, turning off lightning again. We've got this other tornado warning here that we've been watching. This is radar indicated again until 11:45, parts of Griggs, Nelson, and Steele counties. This is a radar indicated threat. Could also see hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter as well. And honestly, along this entire line, we're not just looking at that tornado threat within that line. This entire line, we could see winds upwards of, I believe it was 90 to 100 miles per hour. See if I can get the newest warning here. Okay, tornado possible again along this entire line. In addition to hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. And when we get, a line that looks like this, there's often a large warning that goes out for the entire line. So it gets a little clustered to see if it's one warning or multiple. So let's just zoom in here a little bit more. We looked at that tornado warning. There it is. Okay, destructive wind threat, as we've been saying, 90 to 100 miles per hour. And as Joseph said a couple minutes ago, to the west of our region, the storm has had a history of producing gusts to 100 miles per hour. Okay, let's take another look at this line here. Zooming in a bit more at this tornado warning here. And let's look at this. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll get right back to that in 1 second. Okay, still seeing along this line, checking out sweeping radar to get a better look of the hook echo. Give me 1 second here. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. But again, along this entire line, embedded tornadoes will be possible in addition to that very large hail threat and significant wind threat. So regarding the severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Red Willow Lake to Laverne to 6 miles northeast of Valley City. This is moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. So I'm going to put a track just on this entire line, all right, just out ahead of it to get a little bit more lead time. And we're going to go out 70 miles. Oh, way too far. Okay. If it's holding together, Lisbon, again, it's on your doorstep here within the next couple of minutes, 11:28, 11:45 in Mayville, Fargo, just after midnight. So this line is expected to move into the Central Valley, Fargo, Moorhead included. Grand Forks, you're kind of on the edge of that too, but expecting it a little after midnight as well. Let's see, this is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. So again, we've been reiterating to make sure you have your shelter location prepared if you need to seek shelter. Mobile homes can be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial roof and window damage, extensive tree damage, and power outages. Another reason tonight why you want to make sure your phone is fully charged before you head to bed. In case you lose power, if your phone dies, you want to make sure that you have multiple ways to receive watches, warnings, alerts, and we do have that watch that remains in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. So let's clean this up here for another minute. We have got multiple tornado warnings. We have got several severe thunderstorm warnings. So it looks like we have, is that another new tornado warning, Joseph, right along I-94 there?
Real quick about a plan, and
Okay,
I will
let me
be there in
see
just
here.
a second.
I'm gonna zoom in real quick. You're okay, Joseph. It's just fine. Zooming in here. Radar indicated threat until 11:45, parts of Barnes and Cass County. In addition to the radar indicated rotation, we're also seeing hail up to 1 inch in diameter possible. Right there is where we're seeing that embedded rotation. Just northeast of Oriska, northwest of Tower City. A little bit of perspective here from I-94. It's about 5 miles to the north. I was just seeing that this was a new warning. Thank you, Joseph. So that's just to the north of the I-94 corridor that we are seeing another tornado warning in effect until 11:45. So I'm going to put the storm track on this part of the storm as well. This line is tracking to the east at 70 miles per hour. So these storms are moving very fast this evening. That doesn't give you as much time to prepare if you need. So if you're out ahead of this main line of storms, take this as now is your time to prepare. And we're seeing additional storms as we anticipated across northern Minnesota too. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning up in the Ada towards Fosston area as well. But let's put the track on this tornado warning. We're going to go right here. It's moving 70 miles per hour. Might take me off the screen here. Okay, expecting it to move into Hunter by around 11:45, Grandin by around 11:50, Halstad just approaching midnight, and that's moving up towards Ada as well, where we have a current severe thunderstorm warning as well. All right, so let's take a look at our other tornado warnings that remain in effect. This one down near Enderlin until 11:30, so a few more minutes here. In addition to the large hail, this one has that observed tornado. Joseph, do we have any more information from the National Weather Service on the Enderlin storm?
It was supposedly a wedge near Enderlin. Didn't see any power flashes. Unsure if any damage.
Okay. All right, yeah, there were multiple reports earlier around 11:13. A very large tornado was ongoing east of Enderlin. That is now right over and just north of Enderlin. So that tornado warning continues. And this environment is still very favorable for spin-up tornadoes along the leading edge. So you can see that right here. We've got 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings on the leading edge of this line of storms. Large hail. This entire line we've got moving to the east, roughly east, at around 70 miles per hour. In addition to those embedded tornadoes, we're looking at the possibility of significantly damaging winds of 90 to 100 miles per hour. All right, we're going to take another look at velocity on a couple of these storms. See if we can get a good view here. All right, I'm going to turn this back on. Okay, yeah, right around here is where we're seeing some embedded rotation on this line. Just to the west of you in Mackville, kind of along that Highway 15 corridor. Looks like we have another tornado warning coming in as well. So let's take a look at that.
I can say something. It is until midnight. It's impacting northeastern Ransom, southwestern Cass County, and northwestern Richland County, as the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Enderlin, 28 miles southeast of Valley City, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Tornado and golf ball sized hail are the biggest threats.
All right, yeah, so continued significant threat. As Joseph said, this one is just along and south of I-94. Let's get a look at the rotation here in this one as well. I believe it's just to the north of Enderlin at this time. If I could click the right one. There we go. Yeah, seeing that embedded rotation from Alice down towards Enderlin is where we're currently seeing that rotation. The rotation that we're looking at is when the reds and greens come together, and even these bright whites, that shows that there's some spin within these storms. This one right now is radar indicated. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph. I believe that's radar indicated rotation.
The Ransom County storm is radar indicated,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right, let's turn radar back on. I'm just going to go up and down this line and see if we are seeing any areas of additional rotation. So we've seen a couple. And again, this is what's called a QLCS, or a quasi-linear convective system. And really anywhere along the leading edge, that's very colorful and might be confusing, so we're going to turn that off. Anywhere right along that leading edge is where we could see these spin-up tornadoes. And now we're under nightfall, so it can be a little harder to see, but I want to give you heads up. If you're in the FM area, the metro, these tornado warnings are not far away from us. There is a possibility that we could see that radar indicated rotation move into our area. There's no warning right now, but that's where they're headed, and they're moving fast. These storms are moving again to the east at 70 miles per hour. So I know I showed this just a few minutes ago, but what I'm going to do again is put the storm track on the entire line of storms, starting up towards the Devil's Lake Basin, all the way through east central North Dakota, down into southeastern North Dakota, tracking to the east. There we go, 70 miles per hour. So Fargo, looks like maybe a few minutes earlier than we were seeing just a couple of minutes ago. Could move into our region just before midnight, give or take a couple of minutes. Grand Forks still expecting a little after midnight at this time. I know here in Fargo, at least in South Fargo, I'm starting to hear some thunder up overhead. So let's take a look at what we're looking in the metro. Clear all this off. Now, we are not technically in that severe thunderstorm warning in Fargo, but the main severe thunderstorm warning continues to expand into really a good portion of eastern North Dakota and into the central Red River Valley. This is continued destructive threat, radar indicated tornado potential. We're looking at hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter, in addition to gusts 90 miles per hour. That is a significant wind threat. So if you're still awake, if you're out ahead of these storms and you have time, maybe park the car in the garage, bring in the furniture. This stuff could blow around and cause some damage. Thank you again, Joseph. All right. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending 6 miles northeast of Fessenden, that's in Wells County, to 9 miles north of Pettibone, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So it looks like it's slowed down just a little bit, but the hazard remains 90 miles per hour. From the National Weather Service, these are destructive storms, and this is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged or destroyed. Homes and businesses will have substantial damage. Expect extensive tree damage and power outages as well. So if you're still ahead of this line of storms, seek shelter. You don't need a tornado warning to seek shelter. Something as substantial as gusts to 90 miles per hour seeks shelter in and of itself. And in fact, I might give my husband a call soon here too to give him a heads up that he should head to the basement too with our son. As these, again, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings continuing along not just the I-94 corridor that we have seen tonight, but all the way up into the Devil's Lake Basin, northeastern North Dakota as well. These storms will continue to roll right on through. So with this new information moving to the east at 50 miles per hour, We'll get that new storm track, and then we'll take a look at those storms that are in west central Minnesota as well. Okay, turn my volume down. I apologize for that. Right along this entire line, stretching from the Devil's Lake Basin down into southeastern North Dakota, 50 miles per hour. So new timeline of when we're expecting those storms in Fargo, still right around midnight. So that timing hasn't changed much. You've got about 30 minutes, but I'd prepare now and get ahead of the storms. Yeah, Joseph?
If you want, I can switch with you so that you can get to work and calling your family, making sure they're okay.
I've got my husband on the phone right now. Evan, if you want to head downstairs and take Elijah downstairs too, we've got some gusts up to 90 miles per hour headed our way. Okay. Thank you, Joseph. We're good. Do you want to hop on?
Absolutely. I am okay with hopping on and letting you get a break.
All right. Meteorologist Joseph Williams is going to step on for just a minute. I believe these are all old for the most part. This is the newest one, so I'll leave that one there with you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's briefly recap what we've seen throughout today. We had a very dynamic atmospheric setup in place, and that's allowing for the development of severe thunderstorms. We already seen one round of severe thunderstorms that's produced tornadoes in the James River Valley, and that's what we're basically seeing. All these storms impacting the Red River Valley into Lakes Country, they were from the James River Valley storms earlier this evening, and now these storms are moving east. So let's take a closer look at these storms to show you what I mean. So let's click on this one, for example, the one affecting Becker, Clay, Monoman, and Norman counties. This cell is going to last until about 12:30, so within the next hour it will expire. And that's because, again, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail will be the biggest threats with that system. But more importantly, we're still taking a look at many of the tornado warnings that are impacting portions of Cass counties, and another tornado warning impacting Griggs, Nelson, and Steele counties. Looks like this tornado warning has just been updated, so let's take a quick look at that. It looks like the danger storms will be near Michigan, Anada, and Mapes around 11:35 p.m. and then Petersburg and Loganson around 11:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So these storms are moving north. So this tornado warning involves a storm moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So it's a fast-moving system. Fast-moving radar indicated system. So let me see if I can remove everything. There we go. Makes it a little easier to see. But basically, this line of storms is moving north. This tornado warning is moving northeast at about 65 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, it'll reach Northwood around 11:45 p.m., Larimore around 11:46, Grafton around 12:10, and by Warren, it should make its way into Warren around 12:29 a.m. So within the next hour, should start crossing over the Red River Valley into northwest Minnesota, impacting Grafton, for example, as well as Larimore, still impacting much of northeast North Dakota. Very dynamic system in place. So let's actually span out a little bit to show you what we're dealing with. Again, the big issue is that we have a very dynamic setup in place running along a frontal boundary. So we have severe thunderstorm warning stretching all the way into central Minnesota, this line right here. And then we have this, what's known as a quasi-linear convective system, or QLCS, colloquially known as a squall line. Essentially a very large line of convective storms capable of strong winds, large hail, and as indicated by some of these tornado warnings here, even a couple of tornadoes possible embedded within that line. Again, very dynamic system in place, and this system will continue moving east over the next several hours. Basically, this line in general is moving east at about 65 to 70 miles per hour. So at that rate it's going, it should cross over the Red River Valley within the next 30 minutes. So it should make its way into Fargo around midnight, and Grand Forks around that same period of time. Lidgerwood, it'll reach you at 11:39. So within the next 4 minutes, you should see some strong downpours embedded within that line of rain. Very intense the system indeed. Basically, if you're anywhere in the Red River Valley, particularly the central Red River Valley, you're going to need to take cover. Surround yourself with as many walls between you and the outdoors, because flying debris will be a big threat. And again, there are also tornado warnings still embedded within that line. So let's take a look at an example for a tornado warning. I'm going to quickly remove everything so we can actually take a closer look. So we have this tornado warning that will last until midnight for Cass, Ransom, and Richland counties, as it is moving east at about 25 miles per hour still. It's expected to expire at midnight, and it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So it's a radar confirmed tornado now as of now. It's a radar confirmed system, and to understand what we mean by that, we need to take a look at the radar. We need to take a look at the what's known as the correlation coefficient, and actually, excuse me for a moment. There it is. We need to take a look at what's known as the basically the velocity. So velocity shows like winds blowing to or from a radar station. Greens are towards a radar, reds are away from radar. And you can see there is a bit of a coupling still located to the east of Enderlin, implying that there is plenty of rotation embedded within this supercell as it continues moving east at 25 miles per hour. Very dynamic system indeed. So if you are in Ransom or Richland counties, if you're in southern Cass County, you're going to want to take shelter. Again, it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to stretch this out a little bit, and basically, if you're in Woods, Kendrick, or Horace, you don't have much time. It'll reach Horace around 12:23 a.m. So within the next 45 minutes, Horace, you'll need to have taken shelter, because we do have a radar confirmed tornado moving east at 25 miles per hour. Very dynamic system indeed that we are tracking. And that's just one tornado warning, for example. And here's the thing. You need to, again, with a tornado warning, if you're in the path of it, you need to get into a shelter, get into a basement. If you don't have a basement, put as many walls in between you and the outdoors as you can. Like get into the center of your house, like in a center closet or in a bathroom, away from windows at the bare minimum, because if you don't, you will be susceptible to flying debris associated with any tornadoes that are touching down with this system. Keep in mind, we've had a history of tornadoes with some of the supercells that started in the James River Valley earlier this evening. They've had a history of producing tornadoes, and this radar confirmed tornado is just one of several reports. So again, very dynamic system in place. That's why we need to continue keeping track of this system, and there are several more alerts. So let's remove the lightning so we have a better idea as to the tornado reports and the storm reports. Excuse me there. So let's stop now. And basically, here's what we're seeing right now. The line of storms continues moving northeast. So we have this quasi-linear convective system, this line of storms still moving east and northeast at 65 to 70 miles per hour. So very fast moving line of storms. At that rate, it'll cross over into the Red River Valley within the next 30 minutes to an hour. So if you're in Grand Forks or Fargo, you need to take shelter to protect yourself from those winds. And that's because especially these storms have a history of producing really strong wind gusts. This line of storms, for example, caused wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour southwest of Stutsman County. In Emmons County, for example, we had several reports of wind gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour west of the James River Valley, and this line of storms is moving east at 65 to 70 miles per hour. So let's take a look at that severe thunderstorm warning that's say in Grand Forks, Nelson, Steele, and Trail counties. I'll take a closer look at that one, for example. Again, it's moving north. It's moving east at 70 miles per hour. So at that rate of speed, it'll reach, there we go. At that rate of speed, it'll reach Mayville within the next 15 or so minutes. Summer, you want to say something?
Yeah, there was a comment from the National Weather Service. Reports of 80-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts in northwestern Cass County. The line of storm still producing widespread destructive winds as it's now getting ready to enter the Red River Valley.
Okay, so let's go over northwestern Cass County. That's more or less around here where we still have that a tornado warning in effect that should expire within the next few minutes. Basically, again, so let's see if I can pull up the radar in the radio velocity. The velocity seems to have toned down a little bit in northwestern Cass County, but there's still a little bit of rotation there. But you can see still strong winds embedded within that line. Very strong storm system indeed. It's moving again towards the east at 70 miles per hour. And as Summer mentioned, it has a history of producing strong wind gusts in our region, into the west of our region. So again, let's briefly recap. So again, two major storm systems rolling through. The first storm system stretches from Falston all the way down into Fargo, and it is moving east at about excuse me for a moment. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty, human error too, but it's moving east at about it's moving southeast at 25 miles per hour, excuse me. So the first set of storms that's in Lakes Country and northwest Minnesota, that's moving east at 25 miles per hour. It'll be caught up by this line of storms that's moving, thank you, Summer, it's moving by this second line of storms that's moving east at 70 miles per hour. So let's see what this new update says. It says a tornado warning remains in effect until midnight for northeastern Ransom, south central Cass, and northwestern Richland counties. So let's take a look at what is being talked about. It's talking about this particular tornado warning here because at 11:40 p.m. a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Chaffee and Leonard. Forgive me if I mispronounce the names. It's located near Leonard, or about 29 miles southwest of Fargo. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So let's put a little cursor to show you what I mean. It's moving east at 25 miles per hour. At that rate, it'll cross over I-29, making its way into Oxbow around 12:28. So it'll cross over I-29 around 12:15, 12:20. So within the next 35 minutes, it'll be on top of I-29. It's moving east again at 25 miles per hour. Should make its way south of Horace around 11:15 a.m., Frontier around 12:24 a.m., and Oxbow around 12:28 a.m., and make its way into Moorhead around 12:34 a.m. So let's see what's going on with that particular storm system. Again, there's a tight coupling, what's known as a velocity coupling. To quickly recap, again, greens indicate towards a radar station, reds indicate away from a radar station. And where you have this tight gradient, where you have your reds and greens in a circle like this, that indicates considerable rotation inside of that supercell, which implies a tornado is on the ground. And again, it's a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado that's moving east at 25 miles per hour. So let's expand this outward a little bit. It's again moving east at 25 miles per hour. So at that rate of speed, it should reach Horace around 12:15, 12:20 a.m., Frontier around 12:26, and Rosted around 12:34 a.m. So it'll cross over I-29 around 12:15 to 12:20 a.m. So if you are south of Fargo in southern Cass County, you need to get into a safe place. You need to surround yourself with as many walls as you possibly can, either by getting into a basement or by getting inside of an interior closet or bathroom, because you want, again, to put as many walls in between you and the outside world as much as you can. If you are outdoors, you need to get into a ditch or a ravine, because you want to limit your exposure to the winds, because the winds may be carrying some debris. And again, this is just one of several severe thunderstorm and it seems we may only have that tornado warning in particular. I'm checking once again to just confirm really quickly, but again, very dynamic system. Lots of lightning embedded within the system because of how dynamic it is. Yeah, we only have that one tornado warning in effect. And again, it's for portions of Cass, Ransom, and Richland counties, impacting southern Cass and northern Richland counties as it continues moving towards the east at 25 miles per hour. The rest of our region is basically instead seeing severe thunderstorm warnings. And while severe thunderstorm warnings may not have the tornadoes embedded in them, they're almost just as dangerous because of the strong straight line winds associated with them. Let's just take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning. For example, this one is for Grand Forks. This severe thunderstorm warning is for Grand Forks, Nelson, Steele, and Trail counties until midnight, although I suspect they will extend that after this severe thunderstorm warning expires. Because again, it's in an environment that's going to allow for these severe thunderstorm warnings to just continue barreling through our region unimpeded. There's a lot of instability in the atmosphere and very little atmospheric dynamic in place that would stop these storms from rolling through our region. And again, it's moving east more or less at 70 miles per hour. So let's take a look at that in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's again moving east at 70 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, it should cross its way into Lakes Country around 12:38 in the morning, catching up with these severe thunderstorms that are in Lakes Country currently. So again, we have these severe thunderstorm warnings in Lakes Country currently that are moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. They'll be caught up by this line of thunderstorms in southeast North Dakota around 12:30 at night. So within the next 45 minutes, we'll see these two systems merging more or less. And you're dealing with some heavy rain, large hail, and damaging winds associated with these storms. As Summer Schnellbach mentioned earlier, this line of storms has a history of producing wind gusts in excess of 80 miles per hour in northwest Cass County. And before that, we've mentioned that it's produced gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour west of our region, west of Stutzman County, where a location in Emmons County recorded gusts up to 101 miles per hour. So this line of storms, even if there are no tornadoes embedded within that line of storms, is no joke. You need to get into a safe place. Surround yourself with as many walls as you can to protect yourself from the storms. And I see another update has come through. Thank you so much for doing that. So one of them is for severe thunderstorm warning that will last until 12:30 a.m. for Clay, Norman, southeastern Polk, Monoman, western Becker, and southern Clay counties. So let me remove everything from the list so we can get a better clear picture of that. It's for the first warning that I just got. Thank you so much for sending that alert our way, Summer. Highly appreciate it. Is for this storm that's moving southeast at 25 miles per hour, more or less. So the severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from White Earth Nation to near Flom to near Craigness, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. One weather system measured a gust of 81 miles per hour out near Ada. So what's up?
Just Kindred.
All right, a tornado warning out near Kindred. And let's go over that really quickly. Basically, again, it's going to last until 12:15 a.m. and it's for that new tornado warning, which Summer is getting information for. So let's go over the detail.
I can read it right now. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, 11:49, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Davenport, or 17 miles southwest of Fargo, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
So to recap, we have this tornado warning in effect for southern Cass County, and it's just to the south, it's just to the north of Kindred. Thank you so much for getting that our way. Highly appreciated. Locations impacted include Horace, Kindred, Oxbow, Davenport, Leonard, Christine, and Hickson. So let's go over that. So let's put the little icon there right now. It's again moving east at 25 miles per hour. So it'll make its way into Horace around 12:17 a.m. Oxbow around 12:30 a.m. and Sabin around 12:46. So it's moving east at 25 miles per hour. If you are in southern Cass County, you need to take shelter. You need to put as many walls in between you and the outdoors as much as you can. Either get into a basement or get into an interior closet or bathroom. And again, surround yourself with as many walls as you can, because tornadoes can produce lots of flying debris and you do not want to expose yourself to that flying debris. So let's take a look at velocity couplings to see what's going on there. Again, very strong velocity coupling just to the northwest of Kindred. It's located near Davenport. It's moving southwest of Fargo, and it has seemed to pick up speed a little bit. It is moving now east at 40 miles per hour. So let's go over that timing. It's moving east at 40 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, that means Oxbow, you may not have much time left. It seems the update was for 40 miles per hour. So Oxbow, you do not have much time. It will reach you around 12:10 a.m. It'll likely reach the I-29 around 12:05 a.m. at the rate of speed that it is going. If assuming the storm system remains stable, assuming that we continue seeing this large and extremely dangerous tornado, it'll end up impacting Sabin around 12:22 a.m., Barnesville around 12:37 a.m., and it could potentially impact Raleigh, or I'll say around 12:51 a.m. So again, it's moving east at 40 miles per hour, and it has a history, and it's a large and particularly dangerous tornado. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. Expected to cross the Red River Valley around 12:10, 12:15 a.m. Very dangerous situation. So again, if you're in southern Cass County, and if you are in, if you are in southeastern Cass County or northwestern Richland County, you need to take shelter to protect yourself from the storm, because it is moving east at 40 miles per hour, and it is expected to cross the Red River shortly after impacting Oxbow at 12:10 a.m. So it's moving east again at 40 miles per hour. So if you're in southeastern Cass County, or if you're in northwestern Richland County, again, you need to take shelter to protect yourself from this storm. And that's not the only issue that we have. So aside from that storm system, we basically have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for practically our entire region. So let's go back and take a look at our radar to see what's going on. So again, aside from this tornado warning in southeastern Cass and in northwestern Richland counties, the rest of our region is mainly dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. Practically everyone in our region is dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning. The one in Becker County is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. It has a history of producing wind gusts up to 81 miles per hour out in Ada. And it is moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. So at that rate of speed, it should make its way into, if I can get this right, it should make its way into Detroit around 12:28 a.m. Detroit Lakes around 12:33 a.m. 12:42 a.m. it'll make its way into Corner, basically impacting Lakes Country over the next 45 minutes to an hour as it continues moving southeast at up to 25 miles per hour. So this is our first round of storms. It started in eastern North Dakota earlier this evening. It's now moving through northwest Minnesota, southeasterly direction at 25 miles per hour. So if you're in Lakes Country or northwest Minnesota, you need to account for that severe weather potential over the next hour or so. And then we have our second round of severe storms that's moving towards the east and northeast at 70 miles per hour. So let's take a look at just one of these severe thunderstorm warnings from this second line of storms. This one is for Grafton. And this one is for Kitson, Marshall, Pembina, and Walsh counties. Basically, the northern Red River Valley, because that line of storms is expected to continue moving northeast during that period of time. It's going to last until 12:45 a.m. Gusts up to 70 miles per hour are expected within that portion of the line. So let's briefly recap what's going on so far. Again, we have two storm systems in our region. The first one is in northwest Minnesota. It's moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. The second one is connected to what's known as a QLCS, or quasi-linear convective system, basically a line of severe storms. And these two storm systems will merge in northwest Minnesota over the next hour or so, because this quasi-linear convective system is faster than this first round of storms. So basically over the next half an hour or so, the Red River Valley will deal with damaging winds and some large hail from that line of storms, with southern Cass County particularly impacted because it's already also dealing with a large and extremely dangerous tornado. That's what's going on. Again, very dynamic setup in place, leading to a very dangerous night. So don't turn off the phone. Keep the phone on. Keep the alerts on. Keep the VNL weather app on standby. And make sure to have a severe weather plan in place over the next couple of hours because of how the storm is tracking towards the east. So I'm going to see if I can find a graphic that will explain what is going on for a quick second. So there we go. So over the next couple of hours, it will continue moving east. So this is where So the graphic's not completely initializing properly, but basically it's moving east over the next couple of hours. So by around 2 a.m., pretty much all of our storms will be in northwest Minnesota. So by 2 a.m. at the latest, all of our storm systems will be impacting the northern Red River Valley and northwest Minnesota. As indicated by those purple colors, they'll still be on the strong to potentially severe side as they continue impacting northwest Minnesota and Lakes Country. So, and then it's not until about 3 to 4 o'clock that any leftover rain is basically out of a region. So we're tracking this over the next few hours across our region, as we're going to be dealing with severe weather threats over the next 3 to 4 hours, as we'll still be under this dynamic setup that allows for large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat too. So let's again show you what the radar is indicating across our region. So lots of lightning, very lightning prone system because of how dynamic this system is. And again, we have two storm systems in place, two rounds of storms. The first round is impacting Lakes Country and portions of northwest Minnesota as it continues moving east-southeast at 25 miles per hour. And then we have this other line of storms that's moving east to northeast at 65 to 70 miles per hour. So if you are in the Red River Valley over the next hour or so, you're going to want to take precautions to protect yourself from the strong winds. And so let's take a look at, and don't forget, the Red River Valley is not the only area being impacted. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of Stutzman, Foster, and Wells counties until 12:15 a.m. because we're seeing a lot of heavy downpours and strong winds associated with the system. The biggest issue will be those winds gusting up to 90 miles per hour. Again, this line of storms has a history of producing gusts up to 100 miles per hour just to the west of our region. So we're seeing these are really impactful winds, at least the most impactful that I've seen in my 1.25 years of staying here. So I might not have stayed here long, but I will say this is the most impactful storm system that I've seen in the few years that I've been working as a broadcaster. So very intense system indeed. And again, that's just one. The Stutsman County system, what's up?
If you need me to jump on at any time, let me know.
All right. Feel free. I'll talk for a few more minutes. But anyways, basically dealing with this line of storms, the Stutsman County storm system will expire at 12:15, but it's likely we'll see some more alerts with that system. This round of storms that's crossing over the Red River Valley now into Grand Forks, the alerts for that part of the storm system, that will last until 12:45 a.m., impacting Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties as wind speeds could be up to 80 miles per hour with that line of storms. So just so we're all on the same page, again, 2 lines of storms. The first round impacting northwest Minnesota and portions of Lakes Country until 12:30 tonight. Although I suspect we'll see those alerts lasting for maybe a couple more hours as this line continues moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. And then we have this other line of storms that is moving towards the east and northeast at 65 to 70 miles per hour. So this portion of that line of storms is already making its way into Fargo. It's producing some strong winds in some heavy rain in Fargo. Okay, so I'm going to see if there is a graphic for our Skycam. If you want, I will let you do. Wait.
There.
Oh wait, I found it. So this is our weather cam right now. You can see the camera is shaking with the wind. Lots of downpours, lightning, very messy night. Oh.
I'm turning it to the west.
That is a lightning strike right there. And it is very much windy. If you are outside, it's definitely not a good night to be outside in Fargo right now. Lots of downpours occurring, and you can see the camera is shaking with the wind because of how strong the winds are with this system. Again, if you are in Cass County, you need to put as many walls in between you and the outdoors as you can, because even if you're not facing a tornado threat, wind gusts in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour are likely as we head into tonight. Summer, what's going on?
Just had a gust at the Fargo airport to 74 miles per hour.
Yeah, point taken. Basically, if you're in Fargo right now, you need to be in a safe place. Put as many walls in between you and the outdoors as you can, because, as Summer mentioned, gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour are pushing through the area, and that's leading to all sorts of problems. Power outages are going to be a given, and if you're not careful, you could suffer injury. To put into context how strong a 74 mile per hour wind gust is, a Category 1 hurricane starts at 74 miles per hour. So essentially, it's like an inland hurricane is occurring in Fargo right now. And you need to treat it as such, which means putting as many walls in between you and the outdoors as you can. That's just in Fargo. We're seeing some of the reports across the rest of our region. So I'm going to go back to that satellite and radar graphic. So this one here, I see we have a new update coming. Thank you so much for sending that out. All right, it's a flash flood warning for northwestern Clay County in northwestern Minnesota, northwestern Monoman County in northwestern Minnesota, Norman County in northwestern Minnesota, and south central Polk County in northwestern Minnesota. So let's go over why that is the case. Again, we've been talking about this for a while now. We've dealt with 2 rounds of severe thunderstorms across our region this evening. This first round is still impacting much of northwestern Minnesota, and if I can find the graphic that shows heavy rainfall amounts, I might be able to show you basically the kind of downpours that we're dealing with regarding this system.
Are you looking for precip rate?
Yeah, precip rate.
Let me grab the mouse real quick.
Yep, take control, do what you got to do. But yeah, basically dealing with downpours.
There you go.
There's our downpour rate, and you can see a lot of these purple colors. That indicates extreme heavy downpours embedded within this system. So not only are these major wind producers, major hail producers, and tornado producers, but they're also producing downpours. Look at this one to the west of Fargo, a rain rate of 2.23 inches an hour, or put in simple terms, a really heavy downpour indeed. That means if the storm lingers on top of your location, flash flooding is a given. So not only do you need to protect yourself from the strong winds, but if you are having to head out tonight, you'll need to be aware of any flash flooding. Avoid flooded roads, turn around, don't drown. So again, not only dealing with the severe thunderstorm warnings, the hail and the wind, and even the tornado threat, you have to account for the downpours too, which will definitely have an impact if you have to do anything for tonight. Although I would recommend staying at home if you can, because you don't really want to be dealing with severe thunderstorms when traveling. Believe me, it's very dynamic indeed. And you can see that that 2.23 inch rate an hour coming down in Fargo. The camera not liking the rain at all. It is glitching out because of the heavy downpours and the winds and the lightning. Very messy out in Fargo currently. So thank you so much, Summer, for your help. I highly appreciate it, by the way. But yeah, very dynamic system in place, and we'll continue updating you on that. So make sure to stick with us for the next couple of hours as we continue tracking this line of severe thunderstorms moving across our region over the next several hours. Summer, is there anything you want to add?
Nothing new coming in at this time. We are still seeing a very strong winds over Stutsman County. Even still, as of midnight, winds up to 90 miles per hour have been reported still within this batch. This is according to the National Weather Service, and they are pushing east. So more power outages just east of Barnes County as we're just passing over midnight.
So a very impactful event, as Summer is basically explaining. Again, if you basically make sure to have a severe weather plan in place. Make sure your electronics have already been charged. Actually, let's go over our tips for tonight. Basically, again, have multiple ways to receive those alerts and warnings. Make sure to check your notifications and location settings. Since storms without tornadoes can also be dangerous, you need to make sure to be prepared. So first, again, stay informed. So keep the Vienna weather app on standby, keep a weather radio, a wireless emergency communication on standby too, and understand that outdoor sirens are not perfect. Make sure to understand why outdoor sirens are used in your county. Make sure to account for that. For tornado safety, because we still have that tornado alert out in southeastern Cass County, and I will show that in just a second. If you are in southeastern Cass County right now, make sure to get to the basement or lowest level away from windows to protect yourself. If you're in a mobile home, evacuate, seek shelter in sturdier structures. If you're in an apartment or an office building for tonight, like us at Valley News Live, you need to find the first level hallway or interior room and away from windows. Get low to protect your head, because blunt force trauma tends to be a contributing factor for fatalities and injuries. You don't want to get bonked in the head by a chunk of rock falling on you from a tornado, because that is not fun at all. So let's go back to our satellite and radar to see how the system is doing. Again, just to quickly recap, and I'll admit I've recapped this several times to the point where I sound like a broken record. We're dealing with two major storm systems in a region. The first one is for northwest Minnesota. It's moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This line of storms here impacting Lakes Country and portions of northwest Minnesota, including Falston and Detroit Lakes, that will expire at 12:45 a.m. The second round of storms is for this line that's moving east to northeast at 70 miles per hour. It is capable of wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Wind will be the biggest issue with this line of storms as it crosses over the Red River Valley approaching Grand Forks. So let's take a look at that system as it continues moving towards the northeast. So it should make its way into Grand Forks within the next 30 minutes. So it make its way into Grand Forks within the next 20 minutes. So Grand Forks, it'll be on top of your location around 12:28 a.m. Crookston around 12:44. Okay, so around 12:44, excuse me. So we are seeing that. All right. So I'm going to briefly explain the low-level jet that's producing the dynamic setup that's in place. So I'm going to see if I can quickly find a jet stream graphic that's in our neck of the woods. So basically, as of today, we've seen a very strong jet streak moving through our region. A low-level jet is basically a fast-moving band of winds. So let's go over the jet stream. The jet stream is this band of winds that separates hot air from the equator from the cold air in the northern latitudes. And in this case, a jet streak, a low-level jet is a portion of the jet stream that actually is diving down towards closer to the surface, and that in turn ramps up any severe thunderstorms down at the surface. So part of the reason why we're seeing this quasi-linear storm system tonight is because a portion of the jet stream is literally diving down towards the surface and giving us the lift and instability needed to get these storms going in the process. So low-level jets cause turning in the atmosphere. They can cause wind shear, which is producing the dynamics needed for any tornado alerts. So let's take a look again at our severe weather threat across the region. Basically, again, just to recap, a low-level jet is a portion of the jet stream, which is that band of fast-moving air that separates cold air in the northern latitudes from hot air in the southern latitudes. The low-level jet is a portion of that jet stream that actually dives down all the way to the surface, giving us the lift and instability needed for some of these severe thunderstorm warnings. That's why we're seeing some of this instability. That's why basically low-level jets cause wind shear, which causes turning in the atmosphere, and that's how we're seeing some of these tornadoes popping up in the first place. But on top of this, they're ramping up the atmosphere perfectly. Their instability, is leading to some of these strong winds down at the surface. Basically, a portion of the upper levels of the atmosphere is actually diving down towards the surface, and that's why we're seeing some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. It's literally the jet stream diving right down, giving us the instability needed for some of these severe thunderstorms.
Do you want to take a look at the hail core?
All right, so let's take a look at
just around Fargo.
All right, thank you so much for suggesting that.
Looks like I'm seeing pieces of ice coming down on our sky cam, so I'm just curious about that hail core.
All right, I'm going to see if I can find it real quick.
Hail size just off to your, here, can I take the mouse?
Go ahead. Thank you so much for doing that.
I got you.
But yeah, basically, again, damage. And we just heard a thunder bolt outside of the station. So here's our hail core estimate, hail size estimate. The blue colors indicate where the heaviest hail is at, so I'm going to quickly click on that. The blue colors represent a hail
size. Our
size.
sky cam is out.
Up to an inch. The sky cam is out according to Summer Schnellbach. That's how strong the storm is in Fargo. It is intense enough to shatter our cam. It's gone.
Oh, there we go. Oh. It's back.
Yeah, that's the issue with any severe thunderstorms. This is a great example. Weather cams do not like severe thunderstorms, so if you are in the Fargo-Moorhead area, make sure to account for that for any plans that you have. So, Summer, is there any last-minute things you want before I decide to send things off to you so that you can better explain?
Looks like just a few minutes ago there was another gust to 74 miles per hour here in Fargo. Ongoing flash flood warning for parts of Monoman, Norman, Clay, Polk counties. And as Joseph explained, it's this rear inflow jet, these winds that are continuing that secondary round of very strong winds in east central North Dakota.
So I'm just going to try to click things. All right. So again, Fargo, seeing really heavy downpours and strong wind gusts. That caused our weather cam to glitch out in the process. That same downpour setup is also leading to some flash flood warnings out in Cass counties, Clay County, for example, because of how heavy the downpours are. And again, we've been talking about this for a while. 2 rounds of storms. The first round impacting northwestern Minnesota until 12:45. The second round, thanks to a line of storms crossing over the Red River Valley, these 2 storm systems will move east over the next couple of hours. So stick with us for those first alert weather updates. Keep the phone on standby and make sure to have a severe weather plan in place as we continue tracking the system. So again, very dynamic setup in place for tonight. If you are in the Red River Valley and northwest Minnesota, make sure to have that severe weather plan in place over the next couple of hours. And still, in Stutsman County, we're still seeing some of those strong winds coming right on through. And along with some downpours too. Notice those reds and blue colors. The blue colors represent hail. So there's a blue color right there. That represents hail embedded within that storm. And we have some heavy downpours occurring in Carrington too, New Rockford as well, Woodworth too. Very heavy rain coming down in Stutsman County. So it's not just the Fargo-Moorhead area that's seeing some heavy rain. It's much of the southern Red River Valley and much of northwest Minnesota as well. So I'm going to again, so let's take a quick look at radio velocity before I try to get off of here. So let's see if I can find radio velocity up. There we go. Still some rotation with these storm systems that were to the south of Fargo. But basically, the storm is mostly now a straight line wind event where we're dealing with those stronger winds moving through our region. And it's leading, and again, as Summer Schnellbach mentioned, we saw gusts up to 74 miles per hour. So very strong storms indeed. Not as much rotation compared to earlier today. I'm taking a quick look. I'm not seeing as much rotation embedded within the line of storms compared to earlier tonight. But still, we are going to keep an eye on this line over the next several hours to see if that rotation tries to pick back up. But just to briefly recap, very strong storms rolling on through. So even if they're not producing tornadoes, you kind of need to treat it as a tornado threat. And that means, again, getting into a basement or surrounding yourself with as many walls as you can to protect yourself from the strong thunderstorms. So with that, Summer, do you want to get right back on?
Absolutely. And big shout out to Joseph. You came in on your time off. It is greatly appreciated. So kudos to Joseph, and he's been doing a great job as well. Set my water bottle down. All right, let's dive right back into it. We're going to start with a wide view of the entire valley. So we've got large, severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not often that we see warnings this size, but this is just how fast they're moving to account for kind of multiple areas that we're watching, if that makes sense. So let's go through all of the individual warnings. We don't want to forget about you in northern Minnesota as well. Now, this is just outside of our region now, but that's still a considerable threat for large hail up to 1.75 inches in diameter, in addition to gusts to 60 miles per hour. Okay, moving back into the Red River Valley here. We've got this severe thunderstorm warning that stretches from Grand Forks up to Thief River Falls, down back to just south here of Fargo, out towards Lakes Country as well. This part of the storm, tornado remains possible. Again, as Joseph explained, this is a QLCS, and along the edge of that, we can see tornadoes spin up. So tornadoes do remain possible. But the main threat that we're watching now is gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And we told you earlier tonight when we first came on the air at about 8 o'clock that this would be turning more into a straight line wind event, and that's exactly how it's evolving. So let's take a look at other parts of the storm here. Up in the northern valley, we've got this severe thunderstorm warning Again, kind of the same threats, but this one gusts to 70 miles per hour. Hail is no longer our main concern within this line, but again, tornadoes remain possible as well. So a considerable wind threat is the story right now. Taking a look into east central North Dakota, we've got multiple warnings going on here. So this warning is for parts of Barnes, Eddy, and Griggs County in effect until 12:30, so about another 10 or so minutes. Again, winds to 70 miles per hour. Looking a little further to the south, different parts of Barnes and Griggs County, in addition to parts of Steele County, winds up to 80 miles per hour, destructive wind threat. And then looking closer again into Jamestown towards Medina, parts of Kidder and Stutsman County, a considerable threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. So much of our region is seeing at least some kind of severe weather threat right now. I'm going to go up and down this line and look not only at the radar where we're seeing the heaviest rain, but the velocity as well. Again, this is what shows us kind of the spin in the atmosphere. Not all of these areas of spin are producing tornadoes. That's just where we're seeing some signals of rotation on the leading edge. So where those reds and greens come together between Fordville and Forest River, maybe seeing a little bit of that, not all too impressive at this time. Grand Forks seeing some very strong winds. Those areas in white there along the leading edge. Same thing south of Cooperstown. Then as we get into Lakes Country, the Southern Valley, we're seeing again the embedded risk as well with some potential rotation. Thank you very much. Some of the latest warnings. All right, so we'll go back to the radar view here. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 12:30 for southern Kidder and Stutsman counties. As of 12:15, severe storms located along a line extending from 4 miles south of Daisy to 7 miles northwest of Oaks, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So these storms are moving very, very fast as well, with embedded straight line winds 70 to 80 miles per hour and the potential for embedded tornadoes. And this is all radar indicated, I want to point out. And another update here. Severe thunderstorm warning for northern Cass, Griggs, Barnes, and Steele County. That's now until 1:15 a.m. This line stretching from 6 miles northeast of Cooperstown to Sibley, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Widespread observed and long duration wind speeds have been greater than 75 miles per hour within this area of storms. Massive wind threat, again, is how this is now evolving over the last maybe 30 or so minutes. Currently, there are no tornado warnings, but tornadoes remain possible, again, as I've been saying, along the leading edge of this. Looks like we've got another severe thunderstorm warning near Bemidji, parts of Beltrami, Clearwater, and Hubbard counties. Once again, those damaging winds, considerable threat for gusts up to 70 miles per hour. I'm going to take a storm track here. This entire storm is moving to the east at 80 miles per hour. That's just how fast the line itself is moving, not accounting for those embedded gusts upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. So we're going to take a storm track on the leading edge of this part right here. Actually, we're just going to go all the way down and go out about 80 miles per hour. So expecting these significant gusts on the northern fringe, Thief River Falls by around 12:30, Detroit Lakes a little after 12:30 as well, Perham by around 12:50, and Bemidji, you're seeing your own severe thunderstorm warning right now, but then this next round could move in as we approach 1 o'clock in the morning. So we've still got several more hours to go of severe thunderstorms. Myself and meteorologist Joseph Williams are here. Meteorologist Lisa Green will be joining us at 2 a.m. I hope she's getting some rest right now. I know she had an early morning this morning. So overall, kind of taking a broader view of things again, we are still in that moderate level 4 out of 5 risk for severe areas highlighted in red. an enhanced level 3 out of 5 risk in orange, a slight level 2 out of 5 areas in yellow. So where we have the oranges and reds, that's where our significant severe weather threat really has been confined to. Earlier on this evening, we started out with a tornado threat, and Eric Whitehill, as he was chasing storms in the James River Valley, confirmed 3 tornadoes just for himself. So going over some more ways to stay informed, especially if you're planning to head to bed right now. These storms are still rolling on through. Thank you. Make sure you have your notifications turned on your app, your Valley News Live weather app. You can get updates on valleynewslive.com as well. Of course, we've been here on air for the better part of 4 hours. You're probably getting sick of our voices, but this is a pretty considerable threat that we're seeing tonight. So, new update that Joseph just passed along. I'll get back to the radar so we can take a look.
There is also something else too.
Yes, Joseph.
It's a tornado warning in effect for northwestern Hubbard, south central Beltrami, and southeastern Clearwater counties until 12:45 a.m.
All right, there it is right there. It's radar indicated rotation just north of Itasca. If you're camping out in this area, hopefully you're already seeking shelter.
It's moving east at 40 miles per hour.
East at 40. Thank you so much. We're going to put a storm track on that right now.
It is radar indicated rotation as well. And basically, again, the biggest issue will be that flying debris risk. If you are in, it's located over Upper Rice Lake or 18 miles west of Bemidji, moving east at 40 miles per hour.
Thank you so much. So here's that track. Bemidji, you are in the path of this tornado warning. It is a radar indicated threat. Now is the time to seek shelter. Bemidji, the leading edge of this tornado warned system, again, radar indicated rotation, will be moving into your area by around 12:40. It's currently 12:27, so sooner the better to get into your safe location. Lots of camping areas out here as well. Hopefully all folks that are out camping have ways to receive those alerts as well. Again, radar indicated rotation at this time. Let's take a look at the velocity. All right, I am seeing that rotation right there, just south and west of Moose Creek. You can see these reds and greens kind of spinning together, a little bit of blue in there as well. Right here is the center of rotation, the coupling. That's north of Itasca, north and a little bit off to the west as well. So just east of Highway 92 is where we're seeing the area of tight rotation at this time. Again, this tornado warning is in effect until 12:45. So another 15 minutes on this tornado warning. And Joseph, you said it was moving at around 40 miles per hour to
It is
east?
moving at around 40 miles per hour.
Okay.
East at 40 miles per hour.
All right. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that tornado warning. In the meantime, we've still got this line of severe storms. It almost looks like it's splitting apart a bit as it's pushing into the valley. Does not mean our threat is over. We're still seeing that risk of gusts to 80 miles per hour on that leading edge. Embedded tornadoes still possible. The southernmost part of the warning, including Barnesville, towards Pelican Rapids, Wyndmere, Breckenridge, Fergus Falls included in that as well. We're looking at radar indicated considerable wind threat for those gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. I'm just going to check. Joseph, are there any reports to pass along from the National Weather Service? Anything new?
So out at Grand Forks, it seems they recorded wind gusts up to 69 miles per hour.
Okay, yeah. These warnings are definitely verifying. We had a gust to 74 here in Fargo, 69 mile per hour gusts in Grand Forks. Okay, let's get a closer look at these warnings that are still ongoing in parts of the James River Valley as well. You've seen a couple rounds now in the James River Valley. So places like Woodworth, Carrington, out towards Wimbledon, Hertzfield, the risk is off to your east now. Same thing in Tuttle. You're out of that risk area in the meantime. But Carrington, Woodsworth, can still see those gusts upwards of around 80 miles per hour. You see this flashing white? That indicates a considerable threat as well for gusts 70 miles per hour. That includes Jamestown. That warning is set to expire here. There it goes, any minute. Looks like they're reissuing it though. Gusts to 60 miles per hour. Hail less than 3/4 of an inch in diameter. So this is that new warning that Joseph just handed out. Severe thunderstorm induced wind gusts are occurring in Stutsman County. So almost some outflow boundary potential. Let's see, let's put this on a loop here, if that's what we're seeing. It could just be that low level jet that's kicking in as well, producing those gusts as well. So there's that new warning right there, including Jamestown and Montpelier. I'll pause it. For gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. If you're in Valley City, here's a closer look at this warning here, including Page, Tower City. Destructive wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour remain possible as well. Now, these storms don't look as organized as they were, let's say 30 minutes ago. However, that does not mean it's time to let your guard down. We're still seeing a significant wind threat from this entire cluster of storms, and that'll continue to be the case here for a couple more hours. Let's get another look at that tornado warning in Bemidji. And this is just south of you in Bagley. So I want to turn on velocity again just to see the center of rotation. Still same area between Nadawash, Bagley, and Itasca, but really right here, approaching the Highway 2 area, that's where we're seeing the strongest sign of rotation. Right here, when all of those colors come together, is where we're seeing the tightest rotation. So I'm going to get back to the radar here and put a storm track on this once again. There we go, trying to turn some of this stuff off. Moving to the east at still around 40 miles per hour. So Bemidji, it's right on your doorstep. I'll say that. Even if you don't get hit with a tornado, this warning could still see significant wind gusts as well. So Bemidji, like I just said, it's on your doorstep. Cass Lake by around 12:55, so a handful more minutes. North Cass, a little after 1 a.m. If these continue to hold together at their current strength, again, this is radar indicated rotation that we're seeing right now. Okay, let's clear everything off and take a wider view again for the broad picture. And we're going to use this radar instead. Okay. So multiple areas of severe thunderstorm warnings continue. At this time, we've got the one tornado warning moving through Lakes Country. Significant wind is our primary hazard right now. In addition, we still could be seeing some small hail. Let me turn on the hail size estimate. Not all that impressive. Seeing some small hail being detected by radar. Itasca, that's where we're seeing a larger hail core. I apologize, I moved that quite quickly. Just north of you in Itasca, radar is estimating hail up to around 1.5 inches or so in diameter. So not only those destructive wind threats, but also still seeing some areas that are under the threat of that large hail as well. And again, that's right in that tornado warning too. So large hail, damaging winds. And now this warning here that does extend out of our viewing area does have that warning for tornado possible, large hail up to 1.25 inches in diameter, in addition to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here in Fargo, at least at our station, it sounds like the heaviest of the rain is winding down. You can see the reds and yellows is where the heaviest rain is. We're now seeing those greens moving in. Still seeing that threat for some very strong winds, shifting a little bit to the east. So a little bit of a break here momentarily here in Fargo. Looks like we could still be seeing some small hail as well. Thank you for the new update, Joseph. Okay, this is an update to the flash flood warning. Let's see it here. Flash flood warning, Doppler indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. This is for west central Clay County and east central Cass County. We'll see if it shows up here. So many severe thunderstorms, the flood warning not wanting to show up. Okay, we'll read here. Additional rainfall, or between 1 and 2 inches of rain has already fallen. Additional rainfall rates of up to another inch are possible within the warned area. Again, the warned area: west central Clay County in northwestern Minnesota, east central Cass County in southeastern North Dakota. So flash flooding is a concern for small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. So some locations that may experience this flash flooding, we're talking Fargo-Moorhead, West Fargo, Dilworth, Riley's Acres, Oakport, Frontier, Prairie Rose neighborhood, the Briarwood neighborhood, Craigness, up towards Moorhead. So a few areas being impacted by flash flooding as well. And we showed you this a little while ago, the precipitation rates. Let's see where they're heaviest right now. You see those pinks and purples? That's where we're seeing some heavy rainfall rates. And radar estimate just south of Hawley shows about 2.5, 2.6 inches per hour. Again, that's estimated by radar, but that's an impressive rainfall rates. If we're looking along the Red River south of Fargo, upwards of 2 inches per hour. So another thing that we're going to be watching, in addition to the embedded tornado risk, the hail threat, the straight line wind threat as well. Okay, let's get back to the the radar, and then I want to take a look at the hour by hour as well. Joseph, if you wouldn't mind, are you still on max 2?
I am still on max 2.
Would you be able to double check which model is verifying the best for that hour by hour?
The hour by hour is, I would say the HRRR
Okay.
is showing more strong storms. But I would still use that because it's showing the position a little better than the IBM graph, which the IBM graph, if you don't know, that's our in-house, in-station model.
Yes. So what I'm going to do here, it's been a couple of hours since I've showed this graphic, so I'm just going to readjust my timeline here. 1 minute. So starting, oh, that is a day off. Give me just 1 second here to adjust this. I apologize. Going to start, since it's now technically Saturday, we're going to start with the current time. This all updates once we hit midnight and kind of resets. So give me just a second here. There we go. That looks a lot more like what we're seeing currently. Okay, let's step through this hour by hour forecast here real quick. This is what we're seeing right now. Not exact. Again, it's a model, not always lining up exactly with what we're seeing, but within the next hour or so, that cluster of storms still moving through the central Red River Valley. Those severe storms still arching across northern Minnesota as well, as that warm front has been lifting up. Overnight, so this is now by 2:30 in the morning, seeing that significant wind threat continuing across northern Minnesota from Beltrami County down through Wadena and Hubbard counties, potentially through Becker County and Clearwater counties as well. So the threat is still going to be ongoing for a few more hours. Let's step ahead a little bit more. 3 o'clock in the morning, that severe threat for the most part starts to move off to the east. However, still expecting ongoing thunderstorm activity even 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. It's not until about 6 that storms really move on out and we get to take a little bit of a breather. And then we look at a hot day for tomorrow. In case you missed it, we've got heat warnings for feels like temperatures in the Southern Valley and much of northwestern Minnesota. Could approach the triple digits. Okay, let's get back to the radar here. So that's a look at what's to come. Here's where we are right now, if this wants to load. We've got a new tornado warning that looks to be just to the east of our viewing area. So some of these storms are starting to move on out. This includes Cass County, Minnesota, and Itasca County. So again, just outside of our viewing area, that is a radar indicated tornado threat. All right, let's get this latest update from Joseph. Severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Monoman County is canceled. So the storms which prompted the warning moved out of the warned area. The warning has been canceled. Again, that is for eastern Monoman County. Okay, so here's where we're sitting right now. We've got the one tornado warning that is near Bowstring Lake. Again, I want to reiterate that's just east of our viewing area, but lots of camping areas out there, so quite a threat to watch. Now for Bemidji, radar indicated rotation continuing to move in right now. We're getting a bit further away from the radar, so looking at velocity gets to be a little bit tougher. However, I can still see that we're seeing the rotation. It's just to the west of folks in Bemidji. Radar indicated rotation at this time. So another thing that we're watching very closely, approaching the Bemidji area. This storm was moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So we'll switch back to the radar. There we go. And I'll put a track on this, east at 40 miles per hour. We'll go for the entire line. Thank you, Joseph. He's been running back and forth to the printer with these updates for me. All right, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 1:15 for southern Wells, northern Kidder, Foster, and northern Stutzman counties. So this is the part of the storm to the west that we're still looking at a destructive wind threat. So that is going to be this area right here. Destructive wind threat continues for gusts up to 80 miles per hour. So that severe thunderstorm located over southern Wells, Foster, northern Kidder, and northern Stutzman counties. It's a destructive storm. Hazards include radar indicated gusts to 80 miles per hour. So hopefully by now folks are in their safe place and are sheltering. We've had these storms ongoing now for several hours. This continues to be a dangerous situation, not necessarily now for tornado or hail threat, but for damaging wind threats. This part of the storm here, the warning remains in effect until 1:15 a.m. for Stutzman County, including Jamestown, Montpelier. Gusts to 70 miles per hour remain possible. Looking a little closer at places like Findlay and Cooperstown, 80 mile per hour wind gusts remain possible as well. So by and large, much of our region still seeing that considerable to destructive wind threat with winds 70 to 80 miles per hour. You can see here at the top of the screen a lot going on still. We've got tornado warnings moving through, one through Beltrami County, another moving off to the east of our viewing area. We've got flash flood warnings for Cass and Clay counties. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, numerous, and they kind of overlap each other in some instances, kind of hard to make heads or tails of where some end and some begin. So I think in order to show that a little bit more, I'm going to turn off the radar for a minute just to highlight the individual warnings. So we've got one severe thunderstorm warning up in the northern Red River Valley. That particular one, I'll zoom in close. This is without the radar though, to get the details. Tornado still remains possible. There could be some embedded rotation in there. Again, this is radar indicated. But there is a considerable threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That includes parts of Grand Forks County, Pembina County, and Walsh County. Grafton, you're kind of in the middle of that particular warning. This warning is a bit larger. Tornado remains possible as well. Again, this entire line has been seeing the possibility for some embedded rotation. So many areas in this particular warning, Grand Forks, Crookston, Mayville, Hillsborough, Monoman, Foston, Ada, all the way down into the FM area out towards Detroit Lakes. There is a destructive wind threat for gusts to 80 miles per hour. And earlier here in Fargo, we had a gust to around 74 miles per hour. There was a gust to 69 miles per hour in Grand Forks. Moving to the south a little bit further here, tornado remains possible. It looks like that was just canceled. All right, we hit 12:45. We'll see if they reissue. As I was saying just a few minutes ago, the storms were kind of not looking organized, not nearly as organized as they were earlier. So we'll see what the next move here is. Joseph, do you have any information? Have they said anything if they plan to reissue these warnings?
I do not. I'm not seeing any information suggesting that they will. But let me say how impactful these storms have really been.
Yeah.
So I've been taking a look at power outage numbers over the past 30 minutes.
Sure.
As of 12:30, excuse me, there are over 32,000 customers without power in southeast North Dakota, and in west central Minnesota, a total of 10,252 people are without power. So this is a very impactful system indeed, and that alone is one reason we tell you make sure to have a plan in place. That includes charging electronics, because you may be without power, and if you're without power, you're not able to charge your phone or get alerts, for example.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joseph. They did reissue part of this warning here. This is for Lakes Country. It is radar indicated, now seeing those gusts to 60 miles per hour. So this line, that Boeing line of severe thunderstorms, has started to fall apart, but damaging wind gusts still going to be possible. So here we've got this new warning in effect until 1:45. Parts of Becker, Clay, and Otter Tail counties, gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Looking again at this tornado warning in Beltrami County, again, radar indicated rotation. This warning continues until 1:15, and I am going to turn the radar back on for this particular part of the storm, because we are still seeing those signs of rotation in and around Bemidji. So turning velocity back on as well. And I mentioned just a few minutes ago that we start to get far away from the radar, and the further away you get from the radar site, which is located in Mayville, North Dakota, that beam starts to kind of overshoot some of the storms. Now, these are some very tall and large storms, so not overshooting entirely, but we don't get quite as clear of a picture. Regardless, still seeing those signs of rotation right along Highway 2 and Highway 71, right along that Highway 89 as well. So still seeing some signs of rotation. Again, it is radar indicated rotation, but that is something that we are continuing to watch. That warning remains in effect for about another 15 minutes, and then a continued tornado warning, a different tornado warning, off to the east of our viewing area for Cass County, Minnesota, and Itasca County as well. Don't get it confused with Cass County, North Dakota, as I did for multiple years when I was getting started in this industry. Okay, in the Fargo area, no longer seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings. However, we do have the flash flood warning, as we talked about just a couple of minutes ago. Looking closer again at the severe thunderstorms for the destructive wind gust potential in eastern and east central North Dakota. So this large warning here, still seeing that potential of radar indicated gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Small hail as well, as indicated by radar. Destructive wind threat continues in the area near Carrington and Woodworth. Again, that warning until 1:15 as well. And then to the south of that, well, that one is for winds to 80 miles per hour as well. Jamestown area through Montpelier, still seeing the potential for that considerable wind threat with gusts to 70 miles per hour as well. I'm trying to open up the Weather Service chat here just to see if there's any new information to pass along to you. Okay, as of 12:31, an employee at the National Weather Service, I just want to read this. Jamestown has been gusting over 80 miles per hour for an hour. These are long duration winds trailing the initial line of storms. They're not in a hurry to move out. These winds are currently overspreading Griggs, Steele, Barnes, and northwestern Cass counties. The winds should hold together in some form in the central Red River Valley. Really want to stress how unusual this is and how impactful these winds could be. Power outages have been rising rapidly, as Joseph just discussed. For example, 75% of Barnes County is currently out of power. Also, an 89-mile-per-hour gust in northern Barnes County associated with these winds as well. So even though these storms may not look impressive if you're just glancing at radar, that destructive wind threat continues in part due to that low-level jet. So within this cluster here, excuse me, we're continuing to see that destructive and considerable wind threat for 70 to 80 miles per hour.
There was just a wind gust up to 89 miles per hour recorded in Courtenay, Stutsman County, North Dakota.
Okay, in Courtenay, Stutsman County, a gust to 89 miles per hour. These are significant winds that we're talking about, and they can do as much damage in some instances as a tornado. So when you're waking up tomorrow morning assessing damage, in some instances, it may look like it could have been a tornado moving through, where in some instances, it may have just been straight line winds, which can be in some places as equally as destructive. Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, yeah, seeing these wind threats now expanding. Look at that. This is destructive wind threat. Radar indicated for 100 miles per hour. Let's get a little bit more information on that. Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning for western Norman County in northwestern Minnesota, southwest Polk County, southeastern Grand Forks County, north central Cass County, Trail County, eastern Steele County until 1:45. So this is another large warned area. Looks like I gotta move it over a little bit. There we go. Okay. Small hail as indicated by radar, but wind speeds up to 100 miles per hour will be possible. Widespread observed and long duration wind speeds have been greater than 75 miles per hour in this area now for upwards of an hour. And we could see those gusts potentially upwards of 100 miles per hour. Laverne, North Dakota, 1 mile east of Laverne in Steele County, a gust of 111 miles per hour. That is incredible wind speeds, and I don't mean that in a good way. So these storms will be near Mayville, Hatton, and Portland by around 12:55. So just within the next couple of minutes, right in your area right now. Blanchard by around 1:05 in the morning, so just after 1 a.m. Caledonia by around 1:30. Other locations such as landmarks, the American Crystal Sugar Plant, parts of I-29, parts of I-94 could be impacted as well. Between mile markers 90 and 130. Reading these details from the National Weather Service right now. This is a dangerous situation. These storms are producing widespread wind damage. So it's no longer that tornado threat. It's no longer the large hail threat. We are talking significant wind damage happening across eastern and east central North Dakota at this time. Within this cluster of warnings, we are seeing reports and continuation of the possibility of gusts 70 to 100 miles per hour. That's going to continue here for at least the next 30 minutes. These warnings in effect until 1:15 in the morning. Looking just a little closer, let me turn off the radar again because this really is a predominantly wind threat. And just to show you and break down the separate warnings, because there are a couple of separate warnings. So this warning here, parts of Foster, Stutzman, and Wells County, destructive wind threat to 80 miles per hour. I-94 corridor, including Jamestown, where these winds have been ongoing for an hour, considerable wind threat for wind speeds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Meanwhile, parts of Barnes, Griggs, and Steele County, you can see those destructive wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. Then parts of Norman, Polk, and Trail County. This part of the storm is where we're seeing the most significant wind threat at this time. Those gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. Now, I'm not a veteran in the weather industry. I've been in this business for about 6 years. I myself have not seen a destructive wind threat of up to 100 miles per hour. So that just shows how rare this is in our region. All right, this area here is blinking, meaning it's being updated. Looks like it's continued until 1:15, those gusts to 80 miles per hour. Lakes Country, we're continuing to see a severe thunderstorm warning as well until 1:45 for a wind threat, damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. And I don't want to forget about this tornado warning here in Beltrami County, Bemidji, Brook Lake up to Black Duck, currently in a tornado warning. And we're continuing to see those areas of rotation where you see the pinks and the greens, those couplets right along Highway 71 between Black Duck and just to the northeast of Bemidji is where we're seeing some of that embedded rotation right now. This is still radar indicated rotation. Now that we're well past sunset and now well past midnight, already approaching 1 o'clock in the morning, spotters are not out, not safely out to see if there is a confirmed tornado, but we are still seeing rotation in parts of southern Beltrami County. This warning remains in effect until 1:15, so remain in your safe sheltering location until the storm threat has passed. Even once the tornado threat has passed, we're still looking at that wind threat that could be moving in from what we're currently seeing in eastern and east central North Dakota. That's expected to move into Minnesota here over the next couple of hours as well. Okay, seeing if there's new warnings. Okay. Shout out to Blake at the National Weather Service. Here's what he's got to say. New warning for the central Red River Valley. That is this one right here that we were just talking about moments ago. This is a long duration, very high winds trailing the main line of storms. So the main line of storms has moved into Minnesota for the most part. These winds are trailing that main line of the storms. We've seen multiple gusts over 80 miles per hour with the highest at 111 miles per hour. These will be long duration damaging winds. Jamestown has seen winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour for over an hour. Power outages have been increasing quickly during these winds. So just reiterating how devastating that these winds may be. Joseph, by chance, have you been on social media at all? Have you seen any reports?
I have not seen any new social media reports.
Okay, that's fine. I can take a look too. It looks like we're going to do an EAS test. Was that on KX, you said? Okay, so we're going to drop out of KX here for just a minute here at 1 a.m. We'll rejoin momentarily. We're going to do a test of the emergency alert system, but we will be back if you're on KX. All right, we are continuing on KVLY. We'll be back on KX here in just a minute.
I will say there is supposedly a report 8th Street South is closed between 16th Avenue South and 12th Avenue South, Moorhead, due to some flooding.
In Moorhead?
Yep, also another bad spot on 20th Street South and 4th and 5th Street South, same area underwater.
Where's that report coming from?
From Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
A guy named Scott.
Is your microphone on? Are you able to read that again for me?
So I'm using a different microphone, admittedly, so maybe they might not be able to hear me. So I'll try to speak as loud as I
Okay.
can.
I'll come over there. I'll read that. Let me join you over here for a minute.
All right.
Okay. In Moorhead, 8th Street South closed between 16th Avenue South and 12th Avenue South in Moorhead due to flooding. Another area of flooding on 20th Street South, 4th and 5th Street South in that same area underwater. Okay, so we're seeing those effects of the flash flooding too. Let's get back to the radar here. All right, welcome back on KX here in just a moment. Let's recap our coverage at this time as we are just now crossing into 1 a.m. We've been on the air since about 8 o'clock. Thank you all for joining with us. We're trying to keep you safe here tonight. Let's take a look at our warnings that are currently in place. For another 15 minutes or so, in parts of southeastern Beltrami County, where you see these reds and pinks, continuing to see that radar indicated rotation. So this warning still in effect for about another 15 minutes. Then this tornado threat is going to be moving out of our viewing area and moving into places like Bowstring Lake, where we've got additional severe thunderstorm warnings. That's for Itasca counties and Cass County in Minnesota. Looking at Lakes Country, you've got a continued severe thunderstorm warning. This one is ongoing until 1:45. Predominantly a wind threat as well. Seeing gust potential up to 60 miles per hour through Lakes Country. So another thing to keep in mind for folks who are maybe out camping or getting their weekend started out at the lake. Just was talking about that flash flood risk. Do we now have observed flash flooding? If we want to, there we go. In parts of Cass and Clay County, Fargo, West Fargo, out through Moorhead. So don't advise going out driving this evening. Allow that water to go down. Okay. What we're really watching for that destructive wind threat is parts of Norman, Polk, and Trail counties. And I'm going to read off what Blake said on the National Weather Service as well, just to kind of reiterate the points that we're saying here. This is a long duration, very high wind event that is trailing the main line of storms that has moved off to the east. Multiple reports of gusts over 80 miles per hour, with the highest, that was around Laverne, at 111 miles per hour. These winds will be long duration. Jamestown has already seen winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour for over an hour. Power outages have been increasing quickly during these winds.
He said that the winds were throwing garbage cans. Again, in Valley City, said they were throwing garbage cans. Quote, took my table from outside, throwing it around, took my screen door and broke it.
Oh, no.
Powers flipping badly, trying to take latched windows even.
Yeah, so it's not always these tornado warned storms that that are responsible for damage. It can be destructive winds as well. And I'm hearing that we're going to do another test of the emergency alert system here on KVLY. We'll continue on KX. And once we take that test of the system on KVLY, we'll join back here in just a minute. But just a heads up, if we drop out here for just a second to take that
For an all-new week of Jenna and Friends with my guest co-host Niecy Nash-Betts and Maria Shriver, and from the new Jurassic World movie, Mahershala Ali, Jonathan Bailey, and Scarlett Johansson. That's all next week on Jenna and Friends.
Introducing the patented GL Enterprise screen door system. The most versatile garage screen on the planet. Make your garage a cool, sunlit, airy space. Need a man cave? You got it. Pesky pests out, breeze in. Lifestyle screens are affordable, easy to use, and fit most garages. To get your lifestyle garage screen door system, call 701-793-2365 or online at lifestylescreens.com. It's not just a screen, it's a lifestyle.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Hop in and gear up for rides with Jay Thomas. We look at anything with an engine or a motor that has a cool story. See beautiful, jaw-dropping.
Come back. So, all right, if you're in KVOY, thanks for joining us. We highly appreciate it. But basically, again, here's a look at our alerts, looking west to east. Our first round of alerts, that is thanks to those long-term winds that are impacting portions of the James River Valley heading into the Red River Valley. So our first round of severe thunderstorm warnings is for the severe thunderstorm warnings in Foster, Stutsman, and Wells counties, and includes and impacts an area stretching from Jamestown and Medina versus all the way to Carrington, Woodworth, and Kensal. So basically, the James River Valley dealing with the wind speeds up to 80 miles per hour. Hail is not much of a threat. Instead, it's these strong, sustained winds that are behind the main line of storms that we're seeing that are the biggest issues. As we move east, we're still dealing with that severe thunderstorm threat in the central Red River Valley. Sustained winds up to 100 miles per hour are possible within the Red River Valley, affecting Norman, Polk, and Trail counties. So a portion of the central Red River Valley expecting some very hurricane-like winds, to put in simple terms. These are winds akin to an inland hurricane, basically. So if you are in central and eastern North Dakota, you're going to want to take precautions. Protect yourself, surround yourself with as many walls as you possibly can to account for the strong winds. But we're also dealing with some flash flooding. We have flood warnings in effect for portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties, including Ada and Fertile, because we've seen heavy rain coming down in portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties. We also have some flash flood warnings in effect for the Fargo-Moorhead area in portions of Cass and Clay counties, particularly the Fargo-Moorhead area. That will last until 3:30 a.m. So over the next few hours, we're going to be dealing with some flash flooding in the Fargo-Moorhead area due to the heavy downpours rolling through, which means if you see a flooded area, avoid it. Turn around, don't drown. Looking towards the east, we still have our severe thunderstorm warnings that include Becker, Clay, Otter Tail counties. Winds are more or less expected to be weaker in Lakes Country compared to eastern North Dakota, but we're still looking at wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And this is radar indicated, expected to last until 1:45 a.m. We have that tornado threat. We have that tornado warning still in effect for eastern Beltrami County until 1:15 a.m. It's expected to expire within the next 6 minutes, basically. And meanwhile, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for the entirety of, for most of Beltrami County until around that same period of time. So if you're in Beltrami County, you have alerts that will expire within the next 6 minutes. For the rest of our region, well, for at least central and eastern North Dakota, we will continue seeing these alerts until 1:15, although it's possible that they will be extended because of how strong the winds are. And as for the hail threat, well, it is diminishing, but we're still expecting some strong winds and also some flash flood risk as more storms roll through our region. So let me turn the radar back on to see what I'm talking about. So if you listen closely, you can actually hear a downpour occurring outside of our station, and that's because we have a cell moving into the Fargo-Moorhead area. Remember, this area is already under a flash flood warning because multiple storms rolled through, brought some deluges, and it led to some flood reports in parts of our region. Flash flood reports that are leading to cars being stranded in some locations. So if you are in the Fargo-Moorhead area, you are going to want to avoid roads. If you see a flooded road, avoid it. Turn around, don't drown. You don't know how deep the flood water may actually be. And we also have some flood warnings in effect for Ada, for portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties for the same reason. We had some deluges taking place there earlier, heavy rain in total. In fact, what I'm going to do really quickly is see if I can find a graphic that shows the total amount of rain that has come down over the past several hours really quickly. So, excuse me, just to recap, we're seeing thunderstorms rolling through, and not only are they producing dangerous winds, which are leading to power outages and some wind damage, but they're also leading to deluges and downpours, which are causing some flash flood reports. So here's an observed precipitation total graphic right around here. I'm going to pull it up really quickly. So where the yellows and oranges represent, that's where the heaviest rain has come down. So the yellow colors represent 1 to 2 inches of rain. You can see the swath of 1 to 2 inches of rain stretches from Bismarck all the way into Bemidji. So a large swath of east central North Dakota and west central Minnesota saw really heavy rain coming down, and in fact we had over 2 to 4 inches of rain. Oh, by the way, this graphic involves radar indicated rain, so it may not accurately represent what happened in reality, but I will say that I looked at Fargo's rain totals earlier, looking at the total amount of rain that fell at the airport, and it seemed over around a 5 to 6 hour in over 30 minutes, in around 30 minutes, around 1 inch of rain fell in the Fargo-Moorhead area in 30 minutes. So I would say in some ways this rain report is verifying the total amount of rain as indicated by radar in the Fargo-Moorhead area is over 2 inches of rain. So straight up a deluge of rain that has come down in the Fargo-Moorhead area. And that's just in the Fargo-Moorhead area. Again, we've also seen some heavy rain outside of the Fargo-Moorhead area. And we're still expecting some more rain with some of these thunderstorms that are rolling on through, which will add to the rain totals and add to flood risk in other areas in our region. And that's just the rain. Again, also looking at the wind reports as well. So I'm going to turn off the lightning so we can all see better. But again, pretty much a lightning producer as well. Some heavy lightning still expected, especially in northwest Minnesota, when we continue seeing those storms ripping on through. We still have these alerts that are in effect in eastern North Dakota, particularly the James River Valley, until about 1:15 a.m. So they should expire within the next few minutes. For example, the severe thunderstorm warning out in Stutzman County, that should expire at 1:15. So within the next few minutes, we still have those thunderstorm warnings out in Foster and Wells counties. Those should expire as well within the next few minutes. Much of the threat in eastern North Dakota is slowly dying down. However, I do want to mention that it just seems like they just updated this warning for portions of Barnes, Griggs, and Steele counties, which includes Cooperstown and Mayville. It seems that they've extended this alert to last until 2 a.m. because wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour are possible. So let's take a closer look at that alert in particular. So the 2 a.m. alert involves southwestern Grand Forks County, northwestern Cass County, western Trail County, Griggs County, northern Barnes County, and Steele County until 2 a.m. And that's because wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour are very much possible. I think that's the alert. Thank you so much for sending that our way. So the gist is, at 1:10 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Galesburg. So let me remove everything for a second so you can see a little better. I believe this is what they're talking about here. This is the severe thunderstorm that's rolling through southeast North Dakota. And basically it's moving east at 15 miles per hour. It's 37 miles northeast of Valley City, moving east at 15 miles per hour. So it's a slow mover. And the biggest issue will be wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour. Emergency management verified this, and in fact, we saw wind gusts up to 111 miles per hour out in Laverne. That was where the wind gusts up to 111 miles per hour was recorded. Or put another way, again, this is basically an inland hurricane, and the damage that these straight line winds can produce can be just as dramatic as a tornado situation. So if you are in Barnes, Griggs, and Steele counties, particularly if you're saying Cooper and Findlay, for example, you're going to want to take shelter. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as you can. Make sure, if you haven't already, make sure any items that are outside are brought in. We don't want any flying debris, because that flying debris can cause serious problems. We've already also seen thousands of power outages across the region, and part of the reason for the power outages is because of the sustained winds produced by thunderstorms like this guy moving east at 15 miles per hour. So let's put a little tracker on here to show you how it's moving east at 15 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, it should move on top of Mayville around 1:54 a.m. Should be on top of Mayville around 1:54 a.m. So again, a very slow mover. Make sure to protect yourself from that flying debris. I want to check and see if any more alerts are in effect for northwest Minnesota. So it seems that the tornado warning has expired for Beltrami County. We just have that. Oh, Summer, what's up?
Justin Betty just drove home from work from the station, and he says, in case anyone, like me, was waiting for a lull in the storm to drive home, I'd like to pass along that as of about 1 a.m., I-94 underpass at University Drive in Fargo was extremely flooded and impassable for most. He turned around, so careful out there. Turn around, don't drown. If you have any question in your mind, do not drive through flooded roadways.
And I'm not surprised that Justin had to turn around to avoid drowning, because again, we still have this downpour that's just moving to the east of Fargo. And we've seen multiple rounds of rain in the Fargo-Moorhead area, over 2 inches of rain based on that radar indicated graphic that I showed just a little bit earlier. Let's take a brief look at that to show you what I mean. This is the observed rainfall for radar indicated precipitation. So it's not going to be perfect, but notice the yellow color, which is 1 to 2 inches, stretches from Bismarck all the way through the James River Valley and the Red River Valley and portions of west central Minnesota. So much of our region saw heavy rain coming down with these thunderstorms. And in fact, in the Fargo-Moorhead area, radar indicated amounts were over 2 inches of rain, which is what that yellow, oh, Summer, what's up?
Bemidji Airport just reported a gust to 106 miles per hour. So we've got a second area of very destructive winds developing, this time in northwestern Minnesota.
And let's take a quick look at that. I'm going to turn off the lightning. So not only are we dealing with flood risk, but we are dealing with that severe thunderstorm risk. And you said, where was the report at, Summer?
Bemidji Airport
Bemidji
just
Airport.
reported 106 miles per hour. That was right around 117, so just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, and that likely has to do in part with this system right here, this line of storm still moving through much of our region. We've also been, like mentioned earlier, tracking a low-level jet, which is sweeping through our region. Low-level jet basically is a chunk of the jet stream, which is this band of winds that keeps the cold air in the north and the hot air in the south, and basically a portion of the jet stream actually is diving down towards the surface heading into tonight, and that's amplifying these storms, effectively making them stronger and leading to these strong sustained winds in some spots. Now in Bemidji, I suspect it mostly has to do with this line of storms. That's where that strong wind gust came through. But the point is, that's why we have some of those severe thunderstorm alerts that are lasting until 2:15 a.m. in Beltrami, Clearwater, and Hubbard counties. So if you're in eastern Clearwater, southern Beltrami, and northern Hubbard counties, you need to be prepared for wind gusts above 90 miles per hour in some spots. Make sure to take precautions against the winds. Make sure to protect yourself from the strong winds. So let's back up a little bit and go over what we're dealing with. We have two, just like earlier when we had that QLCS in eastern North Dakota and that severe storm threat in northwest Minnesota, we have 2 rounds of severe thunderstorms still rolling through. We still have that line of storms earlier this evening. It's now moving into northwest Minnesota. And then we have the low-level jet amplifying the rain events out in eastern North Dakota, which is why we still have those alerts in effect for portions of eastern North Dakota. It looks like we still have those radar indicated alerts until at least 2 a.m., although these could get extended depending on how long these dynamics continue being in play. So I'll go over west to east again. It seems that the threat of severe weather has more or less gone away in Jamestown, for example, but out in Barnes, Griggs, and Steele counties, we still have those alerts in effect until 2 a.m. And that's because, again, we have this slow-moving storm that's moving east at 15 miles per hour. And the winds could be up to 100 miles per hour. Emergency management had verified that this storm earlier on had produced gusts up to 111 miles per hour in Laverne, which, if you don't know, those are winds that could be similar to what is seen with destructive tornadoes. So yeah, if you are in portions of Griggs County, for example, or in Steele or Barnes counties, you need to make sure to protect yourself against the strong winds, because the winds can cause significant wind damage. Make sure to protect yourself from those destructive winds. And the wind threat extends all the way into a portion of the Red River Valley, affecting Hillsborough and Mayville, for example. In Fargo, while the wind threat we are somewhat taking a break for now. While we are taking a break from the winds for now, I'm going to set the little water cup down there. Thank you so much, Nate. Highly appreciate it. While the wind threat is so far taking a small break, the big issue is that flash flood risk in the Fargo-Moorhead area. As mentioned earlier, we had some downpours moving on through. Heavy rainfall rates of indicated by radar to be over 2 inches an hour in some spots, and that led to some flash flood reports out in the Fargo-Moorhead area. And we had a similar situation out in portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties, which include Ada and Fertile. Radar indicated amounts suggest the possibility of flash flooding in portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties. That risk lasts until at least 3 a.m. So if you are heading out over the next few hours, first, you need to account for the winds, but also you need to account for any flooded roads. Avoid flooded roads, turn around, don't drown. We don't want to cover a tragic news story here. We don't want your story to end on a dark note. And then we have our final round of severe thunder. Well, we have another round of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me mention this. This one impacts portions of Becker, Otter Tail, and Wadena counties until 1:45. So this alert will expire within the next 21 minutes. Basically, this line of storms is moving around east-southeast. So let's take a look at the alert itself. The biggest threat will be wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. It's moving east at 55 miles per hour. It's that line of storms that we observed earlier impacting the Red River Valley. So let's take a look at, I'm going to move this a little bit. It's moving at 55 miles per hour. So at the rate it's going, let me make sure that I got the right one. Again, the alert lasts until 1:45, although it could be extended depending on how strong the line of storms remains. The biggest issue with that line is wind gusts up to 55 miles per hour. And Summer, what's up?
Skycam. I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
take Skycam for just a minute. Seeing multiple reports that the underpass right over here near our station, I-94 and University,
Yeah.
look at that. It is impassable. A viewer just commenting saying 4 cars attempted to drive through and are stuck at this time. Do not attempt to drive through flooded roadways. The storm drain system's having a hard time keeping up right now. If you see a flooded roadway, such as the I-94 and University area right here that we're seeing, there's the I-94 overpass, University underpass, for a little bit more clarification here in South Fargo.
And it's likely that there are other areas in the Fargo-Moorhead area in a similar situation.
Absolutely.
So make sure to avoid those areas. Like Summer mentioned, turn around, don't drown.
Be like this person, they are turning around and getting out of there.
And that's the
That's
best
what to
decision
do.
you can make
Yeah.
all night, trust me, because you do not want to wind up on a news story for not so fun reasons, trust me. But anyways, so yeah, we've been dealing with that flood risk for the past hour or so, and that's because, as we mentioned earlier, we had a bunch of deluges coming through the Fargo-Moorhead area. They didn't just cause glitches with the weather cam, shutting the weather cam down at some point due to how strong the winds are and how much lightning was taking place, but as some mentioned, some underpasses are impassable because of the heavy deluges that ended up occurring in the process. So I'm going to quickly go back and show you the rainfall amounts once again. These, again, are radar indicated. So they may miss some nuances that occurred with these thunderstorms. But taking a look at our radar indicated storms, over 1 to 2 inches of rain fell between Bismarck and the northern James River Valley, parts of the Red River Valley, into west central Minnesota. And in fact, we saw over 2 to 3 inches of rain in much of Cass County, not just the Fargo-Moorhead area. Taking a closer look at just the Fargo-Moorhead area, again, we saw over 2 inches in some spots, although the radar indicated amounts suggest a couple areas seeing 3 inches of rain in, say, east of Fargo, which may explain, again, since that rain occurred in literally an hour, that may explain why some underpasses are impassable. So if you are in the Fargo-Moorhead area, or if you are in the Mahnomen, Norman, Polk County area, avoid flooded roads, turn around, don't drown. And again, taking a look back at our severe weather alerts that are in place, still dealing with some heavy lightning out in portions of Park Rapids, still dealing with some heavy lightning out in, say, Becker, Hubbard, and Otter Tail counties, where we still have that strong line of severe storms moving east at 55 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. At that, I'm going to go over the alerts moving in a west to east motion again. Just is, if you are in southeastern North Dakota, such as in Barnes, Griggs, or Steele counties, such as in Cooperstown or Mayville, you're dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning because a low-level jet is amplifying this thunderstorm out near Cooperstown and Findlay, leading to wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour in some instances, which means if you are in, say, Cooperstown and Findlay, for example, or if you're in Mayville, you'll have to be prepared for some strong winds that can cause damage to infrastructure, almost similar to that of tornadoes. So we are keeping an eye on that situation as we head into tonight. There's a possibility that that alert may get extended into the Fargo-Moorhead area if this storm somehow shifts southeast. It's a slow mover. It's moving east at about 15 miles per hour. Again, moving east at about 15 miles per hour. So it doesn't seem to be moving all that fast, but it should reach Mayville around 2:07 a.m. It should reach Mayville around in just the next half hour or so. Should be arriving in Mayville because of how slow moving this storm is. In the Fargo-Moorhead area, the biggest issue is that flash flood risk because of the lingering rain and the lingering water from the heavy rainstorms moving through the area. So if you are in the Fargo-Moorhead area, avoid flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. Same situation with Ada and Fertile in Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties. Radar indicated totals exceeded 3 inches in this portion of northwest Minnesota, leading to that radar indicated flash flood warning. And that alert lasts until 3 a.m. So yeah, if you're in the southern Red River Valley, or if you're in a portion of northwest Minnesota, the flash flood risk, that's your biggest risk for the next couple of hours. But we will also keep an eye on that wind threat from those storms out in eastern North Dakota as they do push in, leading to an increased wind threat in the central Red River Valley. In portions of both Trammy, Clearwater, and Hubbard counties, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that last until 2:15 a.m. That's because we do have those little. That's because for that alert, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Clearbrook to New Zirkle, moving east at 25 miles per hour. These are destructive storms for Beltrami and Hubbard counties. The biggest issue will be wind speeds up to 90 miles per hour, which, just like in eastern North Dakota, means almost tornado-like damage in some spots, even with that tornado risk going away more or less. And in Becker, Otter Tail, and Wadena counties, the biggest issue is the wind speeds up to 60 miles per hour as this line of storms continues moving southeast at up to 55 miles per hour. That alert lasts until 2 a.m. So over the next 30 minutes or so, we'll continue seeing that threat of severe thunderstorms rolling through our region, leading to some damage across much of our region. Summer, have any new reports come out yet?
Not seeing anything significantly new. We're just going to continue to see these long duration destructive wind gusts, anywhere from around 80 to 100 miles per hour. Since midnight, there have been multiple reports of 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts, especially in Barnes County, all the way up into the central Red River Valley. And as the National Weather Service points out, these have been ongoing for over an hour and up to 2 hours in some spots. And these winds are slowly pushing to the east. So continuing to anticipate Destructive wind gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour, still here for a few more hours.
So pretty much an overnight threat is the biggest takeaway from this. It's an overnight threat. And it won't be until the next couple of hours that threat even moves out of our region. So I'm going to see if I can find a quick future cast to show you what that looks like. So this is kind of what our satellite and radar was showing earlier. Most of the heavy storms were northwest Minnesota, some rain occurring in eastern North Dakota. Although the model is not matching what's happening perfectly, it is a model after all, but it does work for what we need to do, which is show the evolution of our storms over the next couple of hours. So basically, we'll continue seeing those storms moving east over the next couple of hours. By 2:15, the heaviest storms will still be lingering in portions of northwest Minnesota, but the heaviest storm threat in eastern North Dakota, it should be moving into the Red River Valley by that point in time. Eastern North Dakota, the wind threat should slowly be dying down by like 2 o'clock because of the stronger winds moving east through our region. And then as we head into about 3 o'clock, still dealing with some lingering rain in northwest Minnesota. But by around 4 to 5 o'clock, that's probably when that's basically when any leftover rain is out of a region and we finally get a break from the active weather. So this is an overnight threat over the next few hours. We're dealing with the threat of sustained strong winds, heavy deluges in portions of northwestern Minnesota over the next couple of hours, which is why we're telling you, keep the phone on standby, keep the VNO weather app on standby. We'll keep you updated regarding these latest weather forecasts. So, continuing to deal with the heavy deluges. So let's go back to our satellite and radar graphic to show you what is currently happening across our region. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the radar because it'll make it easier for us to see where the severe weather storm watches are at currently, excuse me. So again, looking west to east, the big issue for Barnes, Griggs, and Steele counties, these guys here, will be that sustained wind threat. Will we see sustained wind gusts above 80, 90 miles per hour, maybe seeing wind speeds up to 100 miles per hour because of that low-level jet sweeping into southeast North Dakota, moving into the central Red River Valley over the next hour or two. So basically, if you're in the Red River Valley, be prepared for those strong, sustained winds that can cause some real damage. That'll be the biggest issue. Around that same time, we're dealing with some flood warnings in effect for portions of Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk counties because radar indicated precipitation amounts suggest the possibility of some flash flooding in portions of Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk counties. And also a similar situation in Fargo-Moorhead, where we actually did get confirmed reports of flash flooding, such as the underpasses, out on University Drive for it.
Cam again?
Yeah, absolutely. I can pull up Skycam.
It looked like police were blocking off the underpass.
Yep.
At least moments ago, I did see police officers in that area.
Looks like
multiple reports of folks getting stuck in that underpass right there.
So I suspect that maybe what you're talking about. I see a cop car right there, an officer right there.
Yeah.
Basically.
Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and that's going to probably be a similar situation across parts of the Fargo-Moorhead area where we had that deluge of rain coming through earlier, leading to all sorts of problems. So again, let's rehash the precipitation amounts that occurred in the Fargo-Moorhead area. Let me emphasize again, these are radar indicated rain totals. So they may not necessarily match up with what was directly observed at airports, for example, but they give us an idea as to how much rain may have fallen in some spots. And looking at the rain totals, you can see where the strongest thunderstorms rolled right on through. Basically, we had thunderstorms stretching from Bismarck all the way to the central Red River Valley and portions of west central Minnesota, as indicated by that yellow color, which represents 1 to 2 inches of rain. And in some spots, which is shown by those orange and red and purple colors, we've seen over 2 inches of rain. In the Fargo-Moorhead area, for example, radar indicated amounts suggest over 2 inches of rain fell in a short period of time over the past couple of hours. And that led to that flood risk across much of the Fargo-Moorhead area thanks to those deluges. And again, radar indicated amounts suggest heavy rain in portions of Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk counties, where we have radar indicated amounts suggesting over 3 inches of rain falling south of Fertile. And that's because earlier we had those thunderstorms that just kind of sat on top of those areas for a while, dumping that heavy rain in the process. So if you are in portions of the southern Red River Valley or in northwest Minnesota, you're going to need to be prepared for the possibility of flooded roads. Avoid them. Turn around, don't drown. And in the Fargo-Moorhead area, it's even more certain. So I'm going to send things on over to Summer. She seems to be standing in front of the plasma. Summer, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, finally getting to catch up on some of our photos that were submitted and some reports as well. Some photos coming in. You can see this on our website too if you want to follow along. Lightning strike illuminating flooding on 11th and Main in, I believe this was Fargo-Moorhead, yes, and branches falling off too. Another picture of the lightning. Thank you to Erica for sending that one in. Side road flooding of 39th Street South near the Love's gas station. You can see that ponding. Don't know how well you can see it at home. We can see ponding there, right in the middle of the roadway. It's really uncertain how deep that how deep that water is on the roadway. That's why we advise to not drive through flooded roadways. Okay, got this bigger here. Great shots of lightning, but also flooded streets as well. This photo was in South Fargo. Thank you to Dusty for sending that one in. So we're getting multiple photos coming in of the flooding too. So flash flooding on 28th Street South in Moorhead, water up to knees in some instances. And I've seen some posts on social media as well. Cars that are parked on these flooded streets, the water up to the doors on their cars as well. So this is just in and around the Fargo-Moorhead area. Here's a photo of the lightning near Fort Ransom earlier this evening. This is near Hillsboro, North Dakota. So thank you so much to everyone who has taken the time to upload your photos with us. And we just got one in a couple moments ago. This was way at the top. I scrolled past it. It almost feels like a lifetime ago at this point, but we did have tornadoes earlier this evening. This one was south of Valley City. Sean capturing this photo, and our storm chaser Eric Whitehill was on these storms as well. That was before the sunset. So like I said, it feels like a lifetime ago as we're coming up on 2 o'clock in the morning. So you can head to our Valley News Live website and scroll through these photos. There is an option to upload your own as well if you'd like. There's an option to add media. We highly and greatly appreciate, again, everyone who has taken the time to do so. We're still catching up on some of these reports as well. We have been wall-to-wall coverage since about 8 o'clock on, I guess now Friday night. Now we're into Saturday morning. So Joseph, I just wanted to take a minute and go through some of these reports of more particularly some of those flooded roadways that we're seeing. That's where we're seeing some more of those photos. Still lots of photos to go through though. So I'll send it back over to you at the wall.
Absolutely. And like Summer mentioned, we really do appreciate everyone taking the time to send these reports our way. They really help us a lot. So just to recap everything that's going on so far, we have, again, those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of Barnes, Griggs, and Steele counties until 2 a.m. with another alert again for expected for Norman, Polk, and Trail counties until 1:45 a.m. because this storm looks like they're actually modifying it now. Basically, that flashing light indicates that they're likely updating the severe thunderstorm threat, and it looks like they finally extended it. It's going to last till 2:45 in the morning. So it has been extended, and the reason is for, again, the threat of strong winds. So let's take a look at that updated chance. Excuse me. So here's what that looks like. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do. Okay. So anyways, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 2:45 a.m. for Cass, Steele, and Trail counties. And that's because, again, there is the threat of seeing winds up to 100 miles per hour in some spots. So I'm going to, if I can click the graphic right. Oh, there it is. Okay. So the threat is for the severe thunderstorm warning. The 2:45 a.m. severe thunderstorm warning is for western Norman County, southwestern Polk County, southeastern Grand Forks County, northern Cass County, Trail County, southeastern Griggs County, northwestern Barnes County, and in Steele County until 2:45 a.m. So basically for much of this swath, so basically a swath stretching across the central Red River Valley, that alert lasts till 2:45 in the morning, so over the next hour. And that's because at 1:42 a.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Reynolds to Granlund, moving east at 30 miles per hour. 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts are likely at multiple in-dawn sensors in the central Red River Valley. Reported wind gusts were in excess of 90 miles per hour. The biggest impacts will be that flying debris due to the strong winds occurring, along with power outages too. So let's go over the details. So let's go over basically where the storm is moving at. Again, it's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, it should reach Caledonia around 2:07 a.m. Basically, it'll start crossing the Red River Valley around 1:50 to 2 o'clock, make its way into Caledonia around 2:07, Neilsville around 2:13, Beltrami around 2:40. That's when it moves east. So that it's moving east at 30 miles per hour, and it's expected to cause some damage in the process. So again, if you are in portions of the Red River Valley, portions of the central Red River Valley, you need to make sure to take cover to protect yourself from the strong winds that are expected to occur across much of the central Red River Valley over the next few hours. As these straight line winds continue moving east, there have been reports of gusts up to 90 miles per hour in spots. That can cause significant wind damage akin to that seen with tornadoes. So these are significant winds indeed. And meanwhile, the Fargo-Moorhead area is still expected to deal with the flash flood risk over the next few hours thanks to that lingering water. So if you have to travel overnight, avoid flooded areas, turn around, don't drown. The alert lasts until 3:30 a.m. in the Fargo-Moorhead area, but it's likely that we'll see water sticking around well after 3:30 a.m. It's just after 3:30 a.m. water levels should drop to a much more manageable level, but you'll still want to avoid flooded areas. And again, we still have that radar indicated flash flood warning in effect for portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties that'll last until 3 o'clock. So the alert here will last another hour and 15 minutes as leftover water continues sitting in portions of Monoman, Norman, and Polk counties. So again, if you are in a portion of the Red River Valley, avoid flooded areas, turn around, don't drown. And then we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of, let's see, it's for portions of Grant, Otter Tail, and Wadena counties that'll last until 2 a.m. as this line of storms continues moving east at about 55 miles per hour. So let's take a look at that again. It's moving east at about it's actually moving east at about 70 miles per hour. The biggest threat will be those strong wind gusts. So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can actually show you where the storms are expected to move at that rate of speed. Basically, the storms are expected to move east over the next hour or so, impacting Staples around 1:58. And then they should be moving out of our region around 2:15 at the latest, giving us a break from this round of storms. And also we do have it looks like that the alert is no longer in effect. It seems that they've expired the alert for Beltrami, Hubbard, and Clearwater counties. That alert has expired, so that's the good news. That round of storms that we've been tracking earlier, that's moving east, and so that threat is starting to go away. We just have some lingering rain, maybe a couple of gusts from those stronger showers in northwest Minnesota, so that threat is slowly moving east. That's the good news. Basically, the good news is this round of rain is moving east. We're clearing out a little bit more, so the only situations we have left are the flood risk in the Red River Valley and the strong winds expected to move east over the next couple of hours. Summer, is there anything that I'm missing that I should be aware of, or?
Still a few of these reports. The severe thunderstorm warning in western Norman and southwest Polk, southeastern Grand Forks, northern Cass, Trail counties, southern Griggs, northeast Barnes, Steele County. That warning until 2:45. Continuing to see that potential for gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour.
So basically, main threat is concentrated in the Red River Valley. Currently, it's expected to move east, continue lasting until 2:45 a.m. like Summer mentioned. But the main thing to be aware of is that wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour are possible, and those wind gusts can cause significant flying debris and other issues such as power outages. So if you are in the path of the storm, make sure to take precautions. So if you are, again, in portions of Cass, Steele, and Trail counties, make sure to take cover, especially if you're in, say, Hillsborough, for example, because, again, wind speeds up to 100 miles per hour are possible. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Let me verify. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. At that rate of speed, it should make its way into Bingham around 155, Climax 206, Harold 238, and Onstead 2:45 a.m. So it is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Make sure to take precautions to protect yourself against the strong winds as we continue tracking this round of storms as it crosses over the Red River Valley. The threat, basically this storm stretches from East Grand Forks all the way down into Hillsborough. So that's where the heaviest downpours are at. That's where the strongest winds are generally concentrated at, is with this strong cell as it continues moving east through the next couple of hours. So in fact, let's take a look at our futurecast to show you where the storm is expected to continue over the next couple of hours. So this is a model. It's not perfect. It's not going to be able to exactly replicate where the heaviest rain is at. Generally, the heaviest rain, though, is in northwest Minnesota, and it is expected to continue over the next couple of hours. By 3 o'clock, most of the heavy rain should be in either northwest Minnesota, maybe a couple of strong downpours in the northernmost portions of our region, but the southern areas should be getting a break from the heavy rain as the system continues moving north and east. However, again, we could see some of the lingering wind threats moving into northwest Minnesota over the next couple of hours too. and it basically won't be until about 5 or 6 o'clock that any leftover showers are out of our region. By that time, the wind threat should settle down. So the wind threat is likely to last for a couple of hours as we continue tracking these strong thunderstorms and that low-level jet as it makes its way through a region. So just to recap, again, we'll continue seeing that severe weather threat in portions of our region over the next couple of hours, particularly with the winds moving through our region as we head into tonight because of that low-level jet settling in and the lingering rain in portions of our region. So make sure to prepare for that. Basically, the most important thing you can do is just stay informed. Have multiple alerts, multiple ways of getting an alert. Have the VNO Weather app on standby. Go to the website if you need to. Go to watch Valley News Live on air if nothing else. Keep a weather ready on standby. Keep wireless emergency alerts on standby. And know how and why outdoor sirens are used in your county. While tornado threat is going away, the wind threat should be more or less treated the same as with a tornado, which means make sure to put as many walls in between you and the outdoors as you possibly can, because you don't want to deal with flying debris due to the strong winds. So we are, again, dealing with a very complex system. Thankfully, at least one round of storms is slowly moving out of our region, and we are seeing that threat slowly going away. We just have this severe thunderstorm threat for a portion of it seems that for a portion of Grant, Ottertail, and Wadena counties, this line right here, it is moving east though. Winds up to 60 miles per hour possible over the next few minutes in Grant, Ottertail, and Wadena counties, but the threat is moving east. And I suspect that by 2:30 at the latest, this line of rain will be out of Lakes Country, and basically we'd be done with that particular threat. So the only real threat remaining would be, again, the strong sustained winds up to 100 miles per hour in portions of Cass, Steele, and Trail counties, this storm system here, and then the flood risk in Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk counties, as well as the flood risk out in the Fargo-Moorhead area in eastern Cass and western Clay counties. Very, very dynamic setup indeed. Dozens of reports of wind damage in portions of our region. So actually, let me show you what we've seen regarding that weather threat earlier. If I can actually, so if I can find it, basically we had multiple reports of strong winds moving on through. Here's a look at wind reports across our region. So these are just wind reports alone. Most of the heavy wind reports were recorded in the James River Valley with some of those thunderstorms rolling on through. So those thunderstorms have a history of producing strong wind gusts, and we still have those strong winds lingering in portions of Barnes County, in Cass County, and in Trail County too, which is why we have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 2:45 a.m. in this portion of the region. So just the wind reports alone made today's system a big deal indeed. And then you look at the tornado reports. We had a few tornado reports mainly concentrated between eastern Stutsman County, a portion of Barnes County, and a portion of Ransom County, excuse me. So yeah, a portion of our region saw active weather throughout much of the day. In fact, we saw active weather across much of our region today, and we're still expecting that active weather pattern to continue into the next couple of hours. And let me show you what I mean by that. Again, just to quickly recap, we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for portions of Cass, Steele, and Trail counties until 2:45 a.m. That flood warning in effect for Fargo-Moorhead until 3:30. And a portion of the flood threat for Mahnomen, Norman, and Polk counties until about 3 o'clock. So be prepared for flood risk and strong wind risk over the next couple of hours. Anything you want to add, Summer? I may let you back on after this.
Sure, yeah, I can hop back on here. I'm just looking, there was a new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Cass County and southeastern Barnes County. This one now in effect until 2:30 in the morning for gusts up to 70 miles per hour. I can hop back on for you, Joseph, give you a bit of a break.
Absolutely. But yeah, basically, as Summer mentioned, it's for like a good chunk of our region still dealing with that high wind threat.
And that's going to continue still here for a few more hours, really looking at this area right here. And we've seen these long duration wind gusts between 80 and 100 miles per hour already for an hour to 2 hours in some instances. And that is going to continue here for a couple more hours. And just as we saw, a new severe thunderstorm warning was issued for damaging gusts to 80 miles per hour. Again, that's parts of Barnes, Cass, and Ransom counties. This continues to be a destructive wind threat. Just looking at radar, you don't see much in the way of storm activity, but it's all of the behind all of the main line of storms that we're seeing the significant wind threat continuing. So we've got a new warning until 2:45. Cass, Steele, and Trail counties, those gusts again upwards of 100 miles per hour. Along the I-94 corridor, Valley City to Castleton, point south down into Litchville. That potential is there for gusts to 70 miles per hour. That encompasses all the way down through Fingal and Enderlin. This is the same area that was hit by tornadoes earlier this evening, or should I say Friday evening. And earlier we had several tornadoes that moved through the region. So I want to show again what Joseph was showing earlier. Some of those storm reports are coming in. First, let's talk more about this flood warning though in the FM area, this flash flood warning. Several inches of rain fell in a short amount of time. I've been watching on our Skycam the underpass, University and I-94, if I can find my Skycam here. There we go. Joseph, are you able to pan it a little bit to the right here?
Absolutely. I can do whatever you need me to do.
There we go. Thank you so much. Still seeing a lot of standing water. The drain systems, it's going to take a while for them to keep up and effectively remove the water. I've seen numerous vehicles attempting to drive through this water, ending up turning around. In some instances, there have been multiple vehicles stuck as well. So do not attempt to drive through the flooded roadways this evening. Okay, I'm just seeing from the National Weather Service 2 confirmed fatalities from a tornado that hit a home around 3 miles east of Enderlin, North Dakota, along the Cass and Ransom County line. Devastating news that we were hoping not to hear, but very, very unfortunate news. I'm going to pull up the storm reports now so I can show you where that specific one was. Again, this is just now being confirmed from the National Weather Service in Grand Forks. Let's pull up these storm reports from earlier today. Okay, you can see there were numerous reports. Let's zoom a little closer. All right, this information again just now coming in of these reports. Tornado was reported southeast of Enderlin. This is the one here that we were talking about, that report just coming in. Reports of home damage east and northeast of Enderlin. And again, breaking just now from the National Weather Service in Grand Forks, there have been 2 confirmed fatalities from a tornado that hit a home around 3 miles east of Enderlin Friday evening along the Cass and Ransom County lines. I have not heard of any other fatalities being reported this evening. I'm sure as the night progresses and we head into the weekend, we're going to hear more of damage reports, hoping and praying that we do not hear of any additional fatalities. It's absolutely heartbreaking to hear that there have now been 2 confirmed fatalities from the tornado that moved through earlier. And our severe weather threat still isn't done. The radar is still very active at this time. And the main area that we're watching for those wind threat still remains in east central North Dakota. Let's get a look at the most recent warnings here. Until 2:45, it's currently 2:04 Saturday morning. Destructive wind threat continues for that possibility of gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. There have been, again, reports in this vicinity of gusts anywhere between 80 and 100 miles per hour. Even in places like Bemidji. The Bemidji airport earlier had a reported gust of 106 miles per hour. Laverne had a gust earlier to 111 miles per hour. So even though the thunderstorms themselves are continuing to move out to the east, I'll turn off the lightning data here as well. We're going to continue to see the destructive wind threat still for several more hours. And just off to our east, now moving through Hibbing, radar indicated tornado warning. Again, that's east of our viewing area, but the tornado threat continues as it's pushing into northern Minnesota. So this destructive thunderstorm risk is only ongoing for tonight. We've talked about these flash flood warnings here in the metro. Observed flooding within just here in town. I've shown you the pictures, the sky cam of vehicles getting stuck. So please do not drive through flooded roadways. I want to take another look, or just a peek here at our hour-by-hour forecast. So we are currently, went a little too fast here, currently seeing that main line of storms just about to move out of our region. We're still seeing some thunderstorm activity across the northern valley as well, not severe at this point. However, what the hour-by-hour forecast doesn't show, because it's not going to be necessarily visual on radar, is that continued wind threat here for several more hours as we continue into the late night hours of your Friday night and into your early Saturday morning. And Joseph showed this a couple minutes ago, the wind reports coming in from across the region. So I want to take a look and just click on a few of those myself. Let's see. Local storm reports right here. Let's click on a couple of these. Okay, 80 mile per hour gusts reported at Lemoore. 76 mile per hour wind gusts earlier near Ypsilanti. We had a gust report of 87 miles per hour at Judd. That was from an end-on station 10 meters above the ground. Some damage reports, some branches 6 to 10 inches in diameter reported down in Valley City. In the Northern Valley, Neelsville reports of power lines down and tree limbs up to 3 inches down. And I did have a message from a viewer on Facebook saying several thousand without power in Grand Forks as of around midnight. Report in Bemidji, multiple branches down, power flashes, home damage, as winds were estimated around 80 miles per hour. And it was in Bemidji at the airport that there was a report of a gust to 106 miles per hour. So just clicking on a couple more of these here. Courtney, gust to 89 miles per hour. 99 mile per hour wind gusts in Tuttle. That's just off to the west of our viewing area. So numerous wind reports. 69 mile per hour gusts in Streeter earlier as well. So this wind threat continues. In fact, by the time we're waking up tomorrow morning, I expect to see a lot more wind reports from the James River Valley into east central North Dakota. In Fargo, at the airport, our highest gust reported was 74 miles per hour, but that's just one instant in time in one location. There could have been very sporadic wind gusts within the metro. That report was at the airport on the north end of town. So just something to keep in mind as reports will be coming out overnight, but more so into tomorrow as people are waking up, assessing the damage in the light of day. Okay, we're going to take another look at the radar to see where we stand with our current severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay. Destructive wind threat continues for parts of now Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake counties. This warning in effect until 3 a.m. for destructive wind gusts to 80 miles per hour. This one we're still watching very closely too. Would love to hear folks at home if you're watching, if you've got reports in this area. Radar indicated wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour, and really not just in this area either, but across the region. If you've got wind reports that were not associated with the main line of storms, we'd love to hear from you to be able to pass that along to the National Weather Service as well. All right, so as of 2:08, that severe thunderstorm warning for the 80 mile per hour wind gusts, I believe that was this one right here. Yes, in northern Minnesota. Let's look now here at the Southern Valley, the I-94 corridor, continuing to see a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for about 20 more minutes for a considerable wind threat of gusts to 70 miles per hour. And you can see here, you see that dark green line? Almost appears to be an outflow boundary. So what I'm going to do, yes, you can see it when we loop the radar, a boundary here of some outflow winds from that main storm line. That's where we're, again, in that warning, seeing the potential for gusts to 70 miles per hour, 80 mile per hour gusts, 100 mile per hour gusts possible in some of these locations. As for sustained winds, anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour in some instances. So what I want to do now, what we haven't done, is take a peek at wind gusts across parts of our area. So Valley City, just within the last few minutes, gusting to 70 miles per hour. And this particular graphic only pinpoints airport locations, just to keep that in mind. But even places like Crookston, seeing a gust to 48 miles per hour. Not severe criteria gusts, but still can do some damage. But yeah, watching that gust in Valley City to 70 miles per hour as we're continuing the devastating wind gust threat. Now that will continue for the next couple of hours. Okay, let's put radar back on here. Getting more reports of some damage in Bemidji from emergency managers in Beltrami County. Unspecified at this time, waiting for more details, but getting word that there's some significant damage in Bemidji. Bemidji, you were under a tornado warning earlier this evening. Let me turn off the lightning data here. And then followed up with that damaging wind threat as well. Looks like that emergency manager is still typing. Maybe there's some information to pass along here shortly.
I want to say there is some good news.
Joseph, you have good news?
The tornado watch, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but the tornado watch for Lemoore, Foster, Wells, and Stutzman counties in North Dakota has been canceled.
Okay, yes, I had missed that, so thank you so much. Let me see, we have our watch boxes here. Looks like we've still got a severe thunderstorm. Wow, oh, that's for northern Minnesota. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so some areas now seeing that tornado watch at least being trimmed as the storm threat has really exited their region and it continues to move off to the east. Regardless, even without tornadoes, we're seeing damage reports from these wind gusts anywhere from 70, 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. All right, let's take a look here at velocity. Sometimes this can show us where some of the stronger wind gusts are. And it shows you that outflow boundary as well from around Castleton down towards Lemoore that we were just highlighting on the radar too. Let's go back to highlighting our warnings. Gets a little tricky in this instance where there's not a lot to show visually for that wind threat. As you can see here, the radar where we're seeing that more significant wind threat, there's not a lot to actually show on radar. And being it's the middle of the night now, we're not getting a lot of reports from those areas at this time either. So, Jaren, is it still you back in Master Control? Or Jacob, are you in for tonight? I'm going to head back over to the touch screen if you want to pull up camera 2. Thank you so much. Just going to cycle through more of those photos and some reports that we've seen coming in from viewers tonight. There we go. I'll just refresh this page. Joseph, if you're able to go through Zeem and approve some more of those reports.
Absolutely, I can.
Great. Thank you. Any photos that you submit to us, once we approve them, we will see them in this gallery here. So I approved some just within the last couple of minutes. So I want to show you some more of those. If you want to upload your own, head to our website, click on the weather tab, and there's an add your media section as well. This is impressive. This is in Fargo. Bryce sending this one from Love's gas station on 39th Street. Cloud to ground lightning there. In Moorhead, some street flooding. Can see sending a video here. Looks like a car attempting to drive through it. Get some splashing as well. A lightning strike in slow motion. Carly Anderson. Oh, wow. Looks like cloud to cloud lightning. I want to say thank you to everyone who's been sending these reports. This was 10th Street and 7th Avenue North in Moorhead. Drains get packed every storm, but never this bad. Yeah, that's what we're seeing with that flood warning, at least here within the metro. There are some notorious areas that see the storm drains just kind of unable to keep up. But yes, in some places, never quite this bad. Here's that lightning strike. Tornado east of Jamestown. Colby sending this one in. This is from earlier this evening when those storms produced tornadoes around, it was between about 8 and 9, 9:30, maybe even upwards of 10 o'clock. Colby capturing this photo as well. Visually striking, but as we head into the overnight hours and more so into tomorrow, assessing the damage. And if this particular one did report any damage. And unfortunately, again, the National Weather Service has confirmed 2 fatalities with that Enderlin tornado as well. So I'm sure we're going to hear of more damage reports again overnight and into tomorrow morning. So again, thank you to everyone who has taken the time to upload these photos. I'm going to head back over to the chroma wall here. And take another assessment of where our storms are at right now. We've still got several ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, but as I said just a few minutes ago, not much to show visually on the radar as it is a wind threat. Those gusts 80, 90 to 100 miles per hour. So let's take a look here. Yes.
So this is from the National Weather Service chat from Blake. Thank you so much, Blake. He says, new warning out for parts of the central Red River Valley up into Pennington, Red Lake, Clearwater counties. Destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds are still expected within the new warning based on multiple reports. Still the long duration winds we've been watching now for hours, but they seem to finally be moving a bit quicker off to the east, which I think is just that severe thunderstorm warning surmised.
Okay. Thank you so much for passing that along, Joseph.
He also says reports of extensive tree damage from Steele County east into Trail County.
Okay. Yeah, likely going to see more damage reports as we head into the morning hours, and daylight can shine light on what's happened for tonight. So here's that warning we were just talking about. This one remains in effect until 3 o'clock. It's currently 2:19 a.m. Parts of Pennington, Polk, and Red Lake counties. Destructive wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour going to remain possible, as there have been several reports in the area. This warning continues as well until 2:45. Still seeing the potential for damaging wind gusts, destructive wind gusts to 100 miles per hour. And then south of that here along I-94, seeing that considerable threat for damaging winds as well, upwards of 70 miles per hour. So at least in relation to Fargo-Moorhead, that significant wind threat is to our north and to our west. However, expecting to see more of that wind threat gradually move to the east. So within the Central Valley here, we might not be done with our severe weather threat and significant wind threat yet for tonight. At least here at the station, it's been sounding quiet for at least a little while here, but we'll see if these warnings are extended further to the east as we go throughout the next hour to 2 hours. We don't only have the flash flood warning of observed flooding here within the metro, but another area that Joseph had been pointing out earlier for the flood risk, parts of Monoman, Norman, and Polk County for radar indicated rainfall. And looking at current rainfall rates, still seeing some heavy rainfall rates around Monoman to the west of Nadawash. And if I put a little query on here, radar indicating rainfall rates still around an inch or so per hour. And let's look at other parts of the region too, some of those rainfall rates. The heaviest rain right now up in northern Minnesota to the west of Thief River Falls, St. Hilaire, and Red Lake Falls. Seeing some radar indicated rainfall rates of an inch to maybe a little more than an inch and a quarter per hour as well. And along Highway 75, radar indicated rainfall rates 1.15 inches per hour. So while we're no longer seeing the large hail threat or the tornado threat for tonight, the heavy rainfall continues in parts of the area, and more so that significant wind threat that we've been talking about now for several hours, well behind the main line of storms that has almost moved out of our region. The severe thunderstorm warnings have moved into northern Minnesota from the Brainerd Lakes area up into Virginia and parts of the North Shore, including Duluth. It's well on the backside that we're still seeing that significant wind threat. And just to reiterate what Joseph was saying a little bit ago, reports of extensive tree damage from Steele County east into Trail County. So just passing along a few more of those reports there.
Summer?
Yes.
Excuse me. There's some good news. Seems that the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Cass and southeastern Barnes counties, they'll allow it to expire at 2:30 because it seems that the storms that prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits.
Okay.
And are exiting the warmed area. So
Great.
It looks like that warning at least will be allowed to expire.
All right, that is this one right here.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That'll be allowed to expire here in about 7 minutes at 2:30. So yes, some good news there, as that particular part of this storm system is weakening just below severe criteria before it moves into the FM area. So yes, thank you, Joseph. That is some good news there. Okay. We are continuing to see that considerable threat for damaging winds in parts of different parts of Cass, Steele, and Trail counties. This one remains in effect until 2:45 for those considerable wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Looks like they're refreshing some warnings here, so we'll give them a second to get the newest information in. Okay. Still seeing that considerable wind threat in northern Minnesota, Pennington, Polk, Red Lake counties for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It doesn't look like much new on this one either, continuing the warning until 2:45 for those damaging gusts up to 70 miles per hour. But as Joseph just said, this one here is going to be allowed to expire here at 2:30 in those parts of Barnes and Cass counties. The flash flood warning that has been observed, thank you, Joseph, in Cass and Clay counties, that warning is in effect until 3:30. Gradually, now that the heavy rain has moved out, the storm systems are going to be able to gradually keep up and move the water out. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Griggs and northeastern Barnes County is canceled. The storm which prompted that warning has moved out of the warned area, so the warning has been canceled. The watch does remain in effect until 3 a.m. for northwestern Minnesota and southeastern and northeastern North Dakota. Here is a look at the watch that still remains in effect. That tornado watch until 3 o'clock in the morning. Meanwhile, in parts of northern Minnesota, we've got a severe thunderstorm watch that continues for our easternmost counties until 7 o'clock in the morning. However, I do anticipate that severe risk to diminish before 7 a.m. and likely going to see our counties drop off before that 7 a.m. time frame. In northern Minnesota up into the Arrowhead, that same severe thunderstorm watch also continues into 7 o'clock in the morning, likely to last a little bit longer there as we're just now seeing those storms moving on into that part of the state of Minnesota. Got another report for me, Joseph?
Yes.
Thank you. Get your steps in, heading to the printer to grab all these. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3 a.m. I'll turn the warnings on back again. There we go. Okay, remaining in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. The line near Fertile, near Huat, I apologize if I'm greatly mispronouncing that. That line is extending and moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. The main hazard is those gusts to 70 miles per hour. So considerable damage is still expected here over the next few hours with this wind threat. Okay, looks like we might have an update from the emergency manager in Beltrami County. Christopher says many reports of roofs off of buildings everywhere around Bemidji, vehicles flipped, windows blown in at the regional medical center. Numerous trees down as well. Have around 25 gas apartment buildings have their roofs blown off. So we're continuing to get some reports of some devastating damage from some storms that have moved through tonight. Looks like we're getting static from the other microphone. Numerous reports of damage now in Bemidji. roofs off of buildings. Again, this is coming from an emergency manager in Beltrami County. Vehicles flipped, windows blown in at the Regional Medical Center, and sounds like thousands of trees down. Have had around 25 gas leaks in town. Apartment buildings have had their roofs torn off. So as I mentioned a couple times over the last few minutes, as we head into daybreak and folks are waking up tomorrow morning, we're going to get a lot more reports of the damage and the devastation that has been potentially left behind in the wake of today's storms. I'm sure that we've only heard of a portion of it so far at this time tonight, including the couple of fatalities that have been confirmed by the National Weather Service from that tornado in Enderlin. Okay, so we're seeing the thunderstorms, the actual thunderstorms here, stretching from Beltrami counties down into Hubbard and Wadena counties. Non-severe, although we're likely still seeing plenty of lightning. Yep, there we go. Still plenty of lightning on these storms, which, as I mentioned earlier in the night, poses a hazard in and of itself, but more numerous lightning with the thunderstorm complex as it's moving off to the east. Here within the Central Valley, our devastating wind threat continues, and there have been reports of winds 80 to 100 miles per hour. So I mentioned earlier in Laverne, North Dakota, a gust to 111 miles per hour. And in Bemidji earlier, there was a gust to 106 miles per hour. And Bemidji folks were under a tornado warning earlier this evening. So again, we'll see if it was indeed reported damage from a tornado or if it was from the straight line winds, a culmination of both. We'll really get to know more as we head into tomorrow, again, with the light of day. It's been a very, very active day of severe weather. We started our Friday morning with lingering storms, excuse me, and we're continuing now to see this has been round 2 for our Friday night and now heading into the overnight hours. Let's take a look at, see if more local storm reports are coming in here. We'll go here. Okay. We've seen on our Skycam earlier the underpass at University and I-94, the flooding. So we do have that local storm report of multiple reports of water rescues in Fargo from stalled out vehicles. It's going to take some time for our storm drains to keep up. We have had multiple tornado reports, including a stovepipe tornado, that's the shape of it, reported north of Fort Ransom. That was earlier this evening. This is the tornado here, reports of home damage east and northeast of Enderlin that we are now seeing. There were confirmed fatalities from that particular tornado. This one here, a tornado in Leonard, reported southeast of Enderlin near Leonard. That location was estimated via radar. And then looking a little closer, wrong button, I apologize. Looking a little closer into the James River Valley from Stutzman into Barnes County, you can see numerous tornado warnings as well. This is the storm that our storm chaser Eric Whitehill was on earlier tonight. So these reports here, initial touchdown near Spiritwood, and then that same storm system. This could be reports of the same tornado, just from different perspectives. Numerous homes reported with damage north of Urbana and west of Eccleston. House damaged by a tornado reported by a storm chaser in Spiritwood. And then in Eccleston, a large partially rain-wrapped tornado reported 3 miles northwest of Eccleston. So very much in the same vicinity there. Excuse me while I step up and grab a quick sip of water. Sanborn, a tornado was reported that was southwest of the Sanborn exit. Another report, a funnel cloud observed just south of Sanborn. And in Valley City, a tornado was reported 2 miles west of Valley City. And in Valley City, there was some damage reported as well. Tree branches 5 to 10 inches in diameter reported down in Valley City. And gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour in Valley City, along with power flashes, reported via social media. So, zooming out here, this includes all storm reports, wind reports, hail reports, tornado reports, flooding reports. It's been a very busy and terrible night for severe weather across the valley here. We're going to take another look at the radar and our current warnings. See if anything has changed at this time.
Before you continue with your severe thunderstorm coverage, a viewer sent in saying that at 1:36 she had power outage in Hillsboro, North Dakota, and that the power had been out for 35 minutes as of 2:16. I also want to point out, speaking of power outages, there's a total of 59,733 customers without power, including 22,494 in Beltrami County alone.
Wow.
Where we had those trees down and roofs damaged down in, say, Bemidji, for example.
Yes. Thank you so much for passing that along, Joseph. We do have a few thunderstorms that are still ongoing from Monoman up towards Bagley. Not severe warn, but seeing a couple of lightning strikes popping up with those thunder showers at this time. The warnings that we have are strictly for considerable wind damage threats. This warning here remaining in effect until 3 a.m. for considerable wind threat to 70 miles per hour. And on the North Dakota side, parts of Castile and Trail counties, considerable wind threat for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. And I know, folks, if you're watching at home, we really sound like a broken record here over the last hour, 2 hours, honestly losing track of time, because we're seeing these long duration, significant damaging wind threats, destructive and considerable wind threats. And there's only so much we can show on radar because it's not always depicted on radar that we can see those damaging wind gusts. I know I talked about that a little bit earlier as well. Are there any other reports to pass along at this time that I might be missing here?
I do not see any new reports passing on other than basically still dealing with that severe severe thunderstorm threat in much of like Marshall, Red Lake counties, Norman County, Polk County, Monoman County, Pennington County, Clearwater, and Trail County until 3 a.m.
Yeah, okay. All right, meteorologist Lisa Green is now in the building. We are going to pass over coverage to her for a bit. Joseph is losing his voice. He's not feeling the greatest. You said it was allergies though. So we are going to pass the baton to meteorologist Lisa Green. First, we're going to send it to break, actually, real quick, so we can kind of toss these aside, evaluate, and get some things reorganized. So we're going to send things to break, and we'll be back in just a little bit.
For continued, download the free Valley Weather app.